All right, looks like we are live. Good evening. It is Friday night, and we are hanging out. We're playing a little bit of Dragons Down tonight. Had I planned my week better, we'd be playing Daggerfall because because everybody seems to be into the Daggerfall. But I wanted to get another Dragons Down game started. I did just publish the cards and all of the accessories out there for folks to take a look at. And so I hope you will take a look at that on Steam. And my Drive, my Google Drive account. I did put all the Excel files for all that stuff out there so people could take a look and see and maybe import these and play in their own game. Obviously, if anybody has questions or whatever, please post them and I will answer. But tonight, I wanted to get this game started and we can maybe finish, over the weekend, either, on Sunday or Monday or whatever. So we're doing a four-handed game, of course. We're doing the questing variant. And what we have tonight for you is the warrior, the conjurer, the warlock, and the archer. So we have two wizards, two fighters, which is sort of my standard setup. If I'm not doing exactly random, but only sort of random, then I try to mix it up, magic and not magic. This is what we got tonight. And so let's take a quick look. So we got a human warrior for you. We're going for all speed, attack speed. So skill, I call it skill. So we're going for skill. We're a little slow on the uptake as far as getting out of dodge. So running is not going to be much of an option for us in most cases. Right, if you think about all the monsters that you got 0 through 4 are all your stats. So on a 2, you were only able to run from 40% of creatures, which sounds like a lot, but it isn't. What's up, Michael? How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you tonight, man. Thank you for hanging out and spending your Friday night with us on channel here. So we're going for sort of a little gladiator thing here. He's got a breastplate, a helmet, a shield, and a short sword. Only 2 might cubes, so we really can't. We don't have any options for anything bigger at the moment. So he's not a big heavy warrior. He's not going out and killing sight guardians. For that, we would have needed a red cube, and that wouldn't have necessarily. What's up, Victor? Hey, how are you? That would not have necessarily been a bad idea, and maybe if I did this again, I would consider a red cube there. So because you mix up you always mix up your race and your class or your lineage and your class or whatever, and that gives you your mix of cubes. And like half orc or dwarf here, but I really wanted the 4 across the top, and because this is the quest game, I wanted enough symbols here because the half orc gets none. I wanted 2 symbols in each are pretty good. And so I went with this, and we'll see how it goes. That extra fifth brown cube might be overkill and might not help us, but there's going to be a couple battles maybe where that 5th cube allows us to play something like a 3-2. And that saves us. I hope. If not, well, it was a bad decision. How are you, Victor? So let's go on to our second guy here. Oh, well, let's just look real quick. So I don't love his cards right now. He has sacrifice and pay respects. These are very similar in the sense that they require you to go to a specific treasure site and destroy a deep treasure, which could be from the site. You could pull it from the site and then destroy it. That's a heavy cost to pay. For sacrifice, he gets a health cube. For this one, he gets a control undead spell for 3 uses. He also has strange symbols, which I do think good and finally is happening in my country, in Canada, where we have an election coming. Well, I certainly hope that recent shitty events drive you guys sort of together, Canadians. And, if you want to annex maybe Pennsylvania, New York, California, I mean, I'd stand behind that, by the way. I would become a Canadian in a heartbeat. Um, and strange symbols sort of is maybe a little bit synergistic in that you take a symbol to a site, and then you Da Vinci code it, you destroy the symbol, you immediately get to the site, and you immediately loot this. You immediately find the site and loot the site. I'm solid. My boss at the tutoring center told me I'm doing a good job, so that's cool. Very nice. I do actually. I love teaching, like as an endeavor. I don't do it obviously, but anymore. I miss it. I probably don't miss teaching high school though, but I do miss my community college classes and my business classes that I taught. I thought those were pretty gratifying. So you have a half elf conjurer here. So I'm not a giant fan of the conjurer. And the only reason is I'm not a fan of his special power. His special power is you may re-roll the die one time when you're doing a random thing. So the target is placed at a random clearing. You may re-roll that. And the answer is that really comes down to teleport and open gate. And okay. Open gate is the best one for that. Because if there's two gates, as long as you can only, if the number of gates remains low throughout the game, then this is a nice way to travel. So, Conjure is very ripe for Vapor Form, and if you have Gray Magic and you don't have another, and you really should consider Vapor Form because simply it is one of those great defensive options, and it then absolves you of having to say worry about your speed down here, your brown cubes there. You can literally go, well, I don't care if I only have 2 brown cubes and I can't run from anything. I have Vapor Form. So as long as I have one of these gray cubes up, I'm going to be able to get away from stuff. Knowing you're able to get away from things means that you have a lot more power to move around in the game. You don't use hides as much, or sneaks, I should say. You don't waste phases. So it's almost like getting 33% more actions in a day because you no longer have to sneak. So he has Gate Crasher, Locate Shrine, and Locate Horde. Again, he has to find 2 specific sites. And then Gate Crasher, though, as soon as a gate appears, well, so the problem with this one for him is that there's no gates out, and he needs to get 3 gates out. So as soon as 3 gates appear, he goes to 3 clearings. He does a successful search in those 3 clearings, and then he gets a VP, and he earns the ability to travel to one of those gates one time for free anywhere. And that could be pretty powerful, in terms of that last week you're trying to get something done or that big day or whatever, right? So, well, I'm glad to hear that your boss at the tutoring center thinks you're doing a good job. That is awesome. Hopefully that will continue. I like when people are gratified with their job. Not enough of us are, I think, and that is sort of a sad state of affairs. The third character we have is a half-elf warlock. So the warlock, I think the warlock is another tough character. I don't love the warlock, and again. So there's the 2 mages I actually don't love. I don't love his ability. His ability is he heals a heart or cube every time he hits an unarmored or non-undead enemy with a non-spell attack. What? That is a terrible power. It is so suboptimal. Especially because the warlock's attack speed is dismal, right? So I picked half elf to give him 1 extra attack cube. Or 1 extra attack slot, I should say. And I leaned into these defense and I said, okay, that's fine. So our defense is 3. We only have 3 brown cubes, so that's as good as it gets at the moment. I was going to do an elf and give him an extra defense slot, but then I thought, well, he only has 3 cubes. He's not going to be able to utilize that slot. He would need to take a halfling, as it were, to utilize that slot. So I said, well, let's be a half elf instead. We'll get one more offensive slot. And then what we will do is, and that actually just allows us to cast quicker, right? We're not necessarily going to try to hit people with our spells that often. Then we're going to shapeshift, and we have two big choices for shapeshift, I think. I think the two choices for shapeshift are Griffin or Adult Dragon. Adult Dragon, of course, is for this side, Fireball. You can hit everybody. Elvin, greetings. How are you, man? It's nice to see folks here on Friday. I appreciate that you're taking Friday night with me. The boys are alone in the house. My wife is out and about, and so it's bachelor party. Only this is it. I'm afraid instead of hookers and blow, we have it's just Dragons Down. It's board games. So the Adult Dragon is all about, first off, flying. That's a big deal because you can use it then to travel around the board. You're all about this fireball side. But you're not super fast. You're not hitting people that often with your fireball. Big, slow things you can hit. A lot of little things are actually going to be problematic for you. You're not worried about a giant with the dragon. You're worried about 6 goblins, actually, because you might not hit all of them, and you might get gang tackled, and they'll each do a... Remember, if you get hit and you don't die, you take a pip anyway, and he only has 3 pips to give, so you're actually a little bit vulnerable here. Griffin, the reason you take Griffin is it's not a bad attack side, but it's a great defense side. You literally can just get away from everything if you want to. Now, not everything, strangely enough. There are things you cannot get away from. The bat, for instance. Other griffins, for instance. But if you want to fight, you have a decent side to fight on. And if you want to run, you have a decent side to run on. And indeed, if you want to sort of defensively fight and just slow play it, this is not a bad way to do it either. But again, you fight packs of things and you realize that everyone in that pack still has a 25% chance to hit you anyway. And then you start getting a little worried. So actually, where people go, well, shapeshift is super OP, I'm like, shapeshift can be a death sentence unless you use it judiciously. Because as a character, a single piece of armor that's not going to get dinged up and banged up and destroyed in a fight gives you essentially 7 hit points to burn in your cubes. Now, at some point, those hit points get problematic because you're burning up brown cubes. So let's say it gives you 4 extra hit points to burn, typically. Whereas most monsters don't have that. They have 3. Done. And there's no option to wound cubes. Like, as soon as you're a dragon, if anything hits you for 3, doesn't matter if you're armored or not, you are dead. So, a little wary there. I don't love the Warlock because I think his power is sort of crap. And with his attack speed being so poor, he doesn't have a lot of the same options as other characters who, say, focus on black magic, which is fiery chasm the shit out of everybody because you're going to hit them. The Warlock is not going to hit anybody. So we're going to play primarily defensive with our Warlock. And then shapeshift. And I got to pick Griffin or Dragon. So in the chat, put your choice up. Griffin or Dragon. And we will shapeshift early, of course, and then listening to this while playing Mage Knight. Ban me. Mage Knight. Oh, no. I think Mage Knight's a great game. I just don't play it often. Never hits my table. That's really what it comes down to. There are those games, right? Our fourth character is the Halfling Archer. So with Archer, I always feel you either I always feel that you either go for big game hunter. I need a 3rd red cube And I need to shoot crap on my third red cube. Half-orc is great for this, by the way. Then you go longbow, and you go for maximum damage. While still having 3 slots to run, if you need to run. For halfling, I'm going with stealthy ambush archer, a little lighter archer, and just the idea is to stay out of harm's way for the most part, shoot things when you can, maybe end up with a better weapon. The archer has a great power. He can reroll one of those missile dice, which means his short bow even can be very deadly given a couple lucky die rolls. And unlike anyone else with a bow, like the ranger or whatever, you know, the archer can usually make that ambush work. And so halfling is a great choice because it makes him stealthier, right? And there you go. So that's our lineup. By the way, I don't like the warlock's cards much, although Windfall doesn't suck. He gets $5 if he ends his day in a dwelling. Camp allows him to put a camp up, which just is a mobile dwelling. Well, not mobile dwelling, but it is a buildable dwelling. And what that's good for are things like if you have to go up here and then there's a bunch of quests that require you to return to a dwelling, you could just park your camp somewhere and then go do the quests. So we are going to save that and use it. Then he has not Gatecrasher, that's the Conjurer. Then he has Miner, travel to a random clearing, and that's right here. So he's pretty close to Miner, so I think he's going to try to get there first. And finally, our halfling archer has Egg Gatherer, which that card is wrong, by the way. Head to a swamp clearing in yellow, or yellow, I should say. Perform a cunning check, and you can find eggs, or make noise, essentially. Get spotted by lizardmen. Explorer, which is explore 4 tiles, and Big Game Hunter is kill any Sight Guardian. That one's going to be rough for him to do. I have no tweaks to quests this time through. I think the next time, so I did post this on Steam. That is my tweak. That is my latest news. So if you want these cards and you play Dragons Down, done. You can go grab my mod, save the cards, import them into your Dragons Down table. So I think that's our setup, and there we go. We also have events, Monastery, Lonely Orc, and the Village Festival down here for a couple weeks. We should probably say it is till day 15, essentially. Or we could say ends day 14. I think maybe that makes more sense. And to score that festival, you can pay them $20 to help with their feast, kill any monster in an adjacent tile, earn their title, which is kill the bandits, or just go carouse and do a charm check. Definitely the archer could head on his way down there. And that's it. I think that's our setup. And the Lonely Orc, you can impress him, and then he will help you with a weapon. And the monastery, the first to get there, I think it's just literally the first to search for the monastery. Those are all actually in the east, so we have a little bit of action over here in the east. So definitely behooves maybe the warlock, maybe the warrior, maybe the halfling, but the halfling, I think, might just scour these tiles to help out the village. So I think that's it. I think we are actually sort of ready to start. So you've listened to my very long-winded intro, and I think it is time to get ourselves started here. So Let's do day one. And the archer looks like he is first. I need to make these bigger. These always... I like the small counters, but I also hate looking at the small counters. So archer first, warlock. Do I have pets? I have cats. Yes, I have 2 cats. So archer is first. And I think that we absolutely are going to head out. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, and then 4 to here. And we're going to use stealthy to be, right? We're not hiding. Our halfling just has to rely on his stealth. And he's going to grab this chip, and it's an item. Let's shuffle some decks here, too. And he gets a spear, which he's going to put in his pack. But he takes that chip. And that's 1 explorer chip. And the archer is done. And he has not... it's someday I will get... I mean, they don't tend to come in... Since I'm making a lot of noise, I'm being loud and clunky in here, but maybe someday. We have the warlock. The warlock is at the outpost. The outpost is empty. I think the warlock wants to head up to his miner, so he's going to go 1, and he gets the first sight. Monolith. So, well, we just delete that one. That's a good question, right? Do you go take a quick detour and check the monolith? The monolith has the Omnicrux. It's a little scary. That's the Cthulhian horror, essentially. Looks almost fungal, too. It just gives me a fungal vibe. I don't know why. The fungal horror of, I don't know what I'm saying at this point. So I think he's going to go... So that was 1, 2... And we are definitely going to sneak, and we are definitely going to alert, and those are our moves today. We're gonna cast shapeshift at the end of the day. Remind me to cast if I forget to cast here. So I'm gonna here I'll remember like that maybe. Who the hell knows? Anyway, conjurer is next. The conjurer will actually, with his $15, the conjurer is going to take a quick look at probably the artificer. Maybe the vendor. Vendor is charm. Artificer is not charm. Probably wisdom. But he has more treasures. So we will do the artificer. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 3 items. So I have the Brooch of Deflection, which blocks a hit on us. The Tome of the Fae, which gives us a cube. Tome of Tricks is a great cube. That doesn't suck. Extra Learn phase and 2 symbols. That's actually nice. Bunch of stuff that we're not going to care about mostly. Now, keep in mind, we only have $15. So, oh, wait, whoop, sorry. I hit the wrong button there, but... So getting an extra cube is always good. Getting a different color is always good to get more spells. Extra Learn is fine. Extra Loot is not bad. I say We go Tome of the Fae. We're gonna roll on the Tome of the Fae. Keep in mind we're gonna have to get it down. We're gonna have to haggle down twice, and we have a 3 or less chance. That is 1 success. That gets it down to 26. That is a fail. So we are done, and that was a trade phase. Let's group those bad boys. Let's flip them. And now we actually will just do the other guy here, the vendor. The vendor is 3 treasures, 4 items. Not as lucrative. The items are unlikely to be useful to 1, 2, 3, and 4. Unlikely to be useful to the conjurer at this juncture. Reroll in planes, a 1 search die, 1 fireball, and then an energy cast. Let's roll on Hawkeye for giggles. We have a 4 or less. That's 1 success, 2 successes. We could buy that for $4. And it is what? Reroll 1 search action, 1 search die per action while in a plains clearing. Yeah, $4. That's fine. We'll buy it for $4. So the conjurer buys Hawkeye for $4, and he puts that there. That is his second trade phase there. Let's regroup these. So that is 1 action. He only gets 3 actions. He spent 2 actions. He only gets 3 actions. He is going to end up here, and that is his day. And he also would like to cast at the end of the day. And finally, we have the warrior. Warrior is all armored up, so he's good to go. He needs to find some treasure sites, and he would love to get to that lonely orc first, although that looks pretty unlikely. But it will at least advise us to go this way. So we're going to go 1, 2, and we get the fame and gold dice. So we roll the reward dice once. 8 fame. So on day 1, we get the dice. We just go plus dice. And that is worth 8 fame. And the warrior has 8 fame. Is it worth it trying? No, you know what? It's not worth trying to collimate that, frankly. So that's it. And we got 2 casters tonight. The conjurer is going to cast vapor form. That's going to require these 3 cubes right there, just like this. Oops, not just like that. Just like this. And it will then wound this cube. Done. And now I'm going to I put this spell up here to show that it is live and permanent on us. And just by burning a gray, we're going to be able to turn into vapor. Done. The warlock is going to cast Shapeshift. Same idea. 3 cubes. 2 of them are purple, 1 black. 1 of them gets wounded, just like that. The spell is now permanent. It's going to go up here into this permanent spell slot, which I just made up now in my head. And we need to pick a monster. And what we're going to pick is dragon, just like Victor said. So that dragon actually goes on that chip. And now we can become that dragon with a purple magic cube played. Done. And that's the day. Let's get to day 2. And the warrior is first. So he's going to go. Oh, he went 1, 2, and actually 3, and then he probably snuck, really. So, oh, we didn't roll witchmacall either. So there you go. So That is my fault entirely. Wow, I am already screwing the game up here. Because I do need to roll monsters before these guys get their spells off, right? So we do have someone in a swamp, which we've not cast our spell yet. And we do have orcs. So the warlock is going to get jumped first before he gets this cast. So let's just ignore that cast for now. Nope, now's the time to remind me I should have rolled the monster dice, which I just did. So giant serpents appear and 3 orcs appear. So we didn't even get to cast. We have to fight, potentially. And that might preclude casting. This could be a day one. These types of things can be day one deaths here if you don't. So I'm just going to put these just like that. Because ideally, I would not want to be fighting that many things with the dragon right off the bat. Do we have any other people in? Yep, he's going to get the 1 giant serpent. So the warrior gets a serpent. So it's actually going to be a very eventful day. And he gets nothing. Let's look at the warlock first. The warlock's going to roll these dice here. And he's looking for any blanks, and he gets no blanks. He's actually jumped. Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, that is a tiny bit depressing. So now we got to play this straight here. We got to totally go for it here. So, that might actually, to be quite honest, that might change my cast. So I'm going to put this guy back. So let's take a look at what is going on. So this cube is back. Sorry about that, little rewinding. So we've got these creatures lined up against us. We cannot run from them because this bow orc holds us in place, which sort of sucks. The attack speeds are reasonably slow, which is nice. So, good question. So, what are we doing here? So, we need to. So, our options would be to fight, try to get the dragon up. You're not going to be able to do anything round 1. You just have to either cast shapeshift, try to kill the bow orc. Yes, I've heard of Root. Yes. It's like asymmetric strategy, cutesy animals. And then the other one too, the sequel to Root, sort of, which has a similar. So we can obviously try to kill the bow orc, but we are unarmored. 1 hit kills us right now, so we do need sort of something else, I think. I mean, I'm certainly playing Root 4-handed is not going to work for me. It's okay. Like I'm not a giant. Yeah. I think the other, like I said, the other one I think is almost a little more intriguing to me. I forget what it's called. The one where you expose like the different lands. The other option would be to try to get the So I think what we're going to do is yeah, oath. There you go. I just like the idea of like the different lands and the different right. I love that sort of exploration vibe. So we could play like this, right? Because we did alert, and our spell would likely go off first. Uh, no, it's not that. It's not similar. No, it is. Yeah, it has a different vibe entirely. I think. I think we may play like this. Try to go first. Try to shapeshift, and then uh, uh, see if we can't maybe get out of dodge. So let's do the deed here. Do these guys flip? The bulwark does flip. Okay. What about the axe orc and the giant serpent? The serpent flips. Okay. So that all happens. Our spell is going to go off first. So it's dragon or griffin. Back to dragon or griffin. It's the same. It's now the same discussion with the caveat that we're going to take 4 attacks here as well after we make this choice. I say we go dragon. I say we're going to go dragon. So we are dragoning. And we're going to be on this side here. Done. So we shapeshift into a dragon. We wound this cube. These all go back. These don't matter anymore because we are playing as the dragon now. So only the dragon's stuff matters. And now we're going to take a bunch of attacks. And we do, unfortunately, we need these attacks to fail. So the orc needs to miss. He's going to miss. The serpent could use to miss. He also misses. Oh, these axe orcs are nasty, though. Holy crap. Well, he misses. He's going to miss. Holy crap. That is nerve-wracking because these guys hit and kill me instantly. Like that, they do 3. They're 3 damage. Holy shit. And I think I know that it'd be great to nuke these guys. I think I have to get out of dodge. So I am going to flee. We will definitely come back another day and sort of deal with these guys. They're going to be here. I'm going to fly out. So we evade the next round on this side, and we are done. And that was our cast. So there we go. Over here, we've got. Oh, that's not the warrior. That's the archer. Yeah, so the archer gets jumped. So the archer's going to roll. The archer is not sneaking. Archer is not sneaking, but the archer is sneaky. gets to re-roll this die because it's a halfling. And fails, so we got a serpent on us. And again, we have no arm. Well, we do have leathers, so we have one shot at this thing. We can do 2 sharp damage. Certainly. I have 5 cubes to play. I'm going to play 3. And then 2 might. Like that. Give me 1 second here. Does the serpent flip, really is the question. Serpent does flip. Our attack is going to be faster, though. We are going to hit because we've oversped his defense. We roll the missile on the missile table here, the missile dice, I should say, and we re-roll one of them. We get -2. We'll re-roll that die. We get -1. That sucks because that means our damage is 1 sharp, which goes down to 1 because the snake is armored. And that means we do not kill the snake. We needed a 0. We do wound the snake. The snake then hits us, destroys our leather, and wounds a cube. Okay. And now we are imminently killable. But unlikely. We're going to play the same way. Does the snake flip? Snake does not flip. We go first. We are going to hit the snake. We roll 0s. That's going to kill the snake, doing 2 damage, 2 sharp damage. And so we kill the serpent. So we kill a serpent for 10. Archer's up to 10 thing. And I think we're still playing with the optional rule that the monsters go back in the bucket. Like we play infinite monsters all the day here. And done. 10 fame is going to be enough to score fame. You need 10 minimum to score in fame. That puts him on the board. Oh, and the Warlock can go either direction. Like, you don't have to go out. So we will probably go toward the monolith as opposed to away from it. And that is the end of day 1. And now it's day 2. So let's draw for sure. Done. Sorry about that. That was a long day 1. The Warlock is first. We're going to go 1, 2, obviously into there. Three looks like a search, which we fail. 4 is going to be a sneak. Done. The Conjurer is going to go 1. Gets an item. I don't think we can wear this. We only have 1 might cube. That's too bad. So 1. 2, 3. Oh, and the Conjurer did cast Vapor Form, so that means we're going to go 4 up into the woods here, and the plains there, and there's a site. And it's the grotto in 6. Conjurer is done. So these 2 guys have completed. The warrior is next. Remember that the warrior is looking for sites to sacrifice things in. He's going to go 1-2. Flip that bad boy for a site. Shrine in 4. That's not one of the sites he needs to find. But 1, 2, 3. Might as well go there, right? So 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to sneak again. So we put that in sneak and we are done. And then the archer is going to go 1, 2 into the mountain and find a gate. 3. And 4. And find another gate. Evening comes. The monsters howl. We're going to get mountains and carrion. No one is in the mountains. Who is in carrion? No, 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 and no. Done day. It's now day 3. The warrior is first. Definitely no reason not to look for the shrine. So we're going to pull these off. Warriors first. We are searching for the shrine. Oh, big fan. I have the worst rolling in this game. That's 1, 2, 3. Wow. Okay. Sneak. I'll sneak. God damn it. Done. Warrior is done. The conjurer is up. 1, 2, 3. We have the grotto. We do have Gatecrasher, so we do want to get that going here. Maybe it's a good question. No, we'll try to find the grotto while we're here. So we can do 1, 2, 3. And we're going to do a 4th. We're just going to do a search. No, we're going to preserve our gray cube today. We'll sneak. Because if we were on like the first search or we had 1 spyglass, we might consider relying on vapor form. But in this case, we will save that cube. So the warlock moves. They moved into the monolith and then blew it, right? So now I don't need to rest right off the bat. So we're still in good shape. I think we are going to do searches. There you go, 1. And so the warlock has indeed found the monolith. So we're going to put that here. And that tells me that we can now loot the monolith. And we're going to go up here and score on day 3 plus monolith. And that is 5 fame. So we get 5 fame. Still not over the 10 threshold to score. But that is the first of 3. That's the first of 4 phases. The monolith has 3 treasures and 3 deeps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And of course, the ever-present weird Omnicrux waiting to eat us. So we get up to 3 loots here. Let's do the first loot. Probably 2 loots. We get the 3rd card. We get the Staff of Souls, which looks like if you hit a it's our power. It's effectively the same power we have. It's a slightly shittier weapon than the dagger, weirdly enough, because the dagger does 2 damage with 1 cube. This does 1 damage with 1 cube. We're just going to put that there, and we will loot again. And we get the top 3 treasures, and we get to look at them and pick one. And we get a curse. So first thing is first, we got to take our curse. We didn't put our curse card out here. There's our first curse card. And I'm going to roll 1, 2, 3, even odd. It's odd 1. What is odd 1? Summon. Roll the wandering monster number die and summon that many matching monsters. So we don't actually get a curse per se. It's a little bit of a silly question. Which one's the wandering monster die? Let's see if this. Yeah, 1 wandering monster. So we get 1 wandering monster. So what is a wandering monster here? We get a giant serpent. So we'll hide. And we fail because we have not snuck yet. So we are blocked and embroiled in battle. I think we still get to. I think we still get to pick one. I don't think we. I'm going to pick the Staff of the Magi, of course, because that's way cooler for me than a Mithril Shield. Having said that, I don't know if that's true. Mithril Shield makes a lot of fights that weren't doable sort of doable all of a sudden. I'm going to take the Mithril Shield, actually. I think for the Warlock especially, that's a weirdly nice treasure. That's going to get us... So that gets us a treasure. So we take an epic. So we get plus epic. That's another 5. And the Warlock is up to 10 fame. And, by the way, that's going to then score the Warlock. And he's equal to the Halfling Archer. And so now the scores are 1.5, 1.5. But now we are blocked. And the Serpent is on top of us. Done. And now it is the Archer's turn. The Eye of Sauron's turn. We're going to go 1, 2, right? 3 into the village. And we're going to do our charm check. That's a quest phase. So that's our 4th phase. We need a 2 or less, and we blow it. So we do not carouse and make merry with the people and score our point. And we are done. And that is the day. And we roll monsters. And then we deal with the Warlock's fight here. So we get monsters leave, which actually doesn't mean they leave. It means that they appear. They charge, which is terrible for the Warlock. The Warlock's probably dead now. So the Warlock gets all of that, and the sight pops. So someone said, I forget who, said we should avoid the monolith. In retrospect, they were correct. That's what appears. The shrine's going to draw. And the grotto is going to draw. So we have a cacophony of monsters right now. And as we are already blocked, there's no rolling this. We are blocked. Like the Warlock is here. And there is not a whole bunch she can do. Like the Warlock is pretty dead in the water, I think, right now. Obviously, we're burning the purple. Or are we? I mean, we could play 3 defense in hopes that we don't get killed or wounded, I think, but I think that might be rough anyway. We might as well go like this. Try to hit everybody. Try to take a couple of people down. Maybe you get lucky and kill enough to run at some point. So we burn the purple. We're going to hope for the best, really, is what it comes down to. Like, this is just a bad scene. The curse made this pretty awful. Didn't give us a chance to sneak before we got blocked. So, do these guys flip? No. Do the last 2 flip? No. These spells go off at the same time. I mean, I'll roll the Omni Cruxes first just for giggles. The Omni Crux hits us. It does 2 and 2 sharp and then kills us. So we're dead no matter what. We hit the Omni Crux. We hit, these orcs are hit. The bow orc is not hit. The serpent is not hit. The serpent is not hit. So these are misses. This is totally not going to matter, by the way. We would kill the Omnicrux. We do not kill that orc. We kill that orc. So these 2 would be deaths. That serpent lives. So these guys are dead. These guys are alive. The Warlock is dead. Very early. Very, very, very bad luck. Like, he totally... the Mithril Shield is there. These guys return to the spot. Oh, and this is there. And let's grab a chip. Corpse of the Warlock is there. Oops, the Aorps. The Aorps. The Corpse of the Warlock. Okay, so what happens is we start him over. He is dead for days 4 and 5. So on day 6, oops, on day 6, he will return. And done. And everything else, he gets nulled out. So it's a good time to die. If you're going to die, good time. Good time to do it is super early in the game. Done. I'm going to recheck my chat. Sometimes my chat window dies, just absolutely dies. It just does. Give me 1 second. Which I always feel bad when that happens. Okay. I just pop out a new window. Sometimes I don't know why. Sometimes the browser just weeps or whatever. So yeah, Warlock is dead for 2 days. Now we have everybody else who may or may not die. Let's talk about the Conjurer here. So he's got to do the hide thing. He does because he was sneaking. So he is now hidden. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to cast Open Gate on ourselves while we're here. And while we are not, no one's on our sheet. And we're going to go to one of 2 gates. So we have 2 gates now. Oh, I should make a thing because I always have trouble seeing the gates. So I find that a little white outline there helps a tiny bit to see the gates. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which gate do we go to? I would rather go to 1, 2, 3. He does, and he ends up there at the and the combat is over, and we wound that cube. And now we have the warrior with the wraith. That's a little scary. We have snuck, so we are being stealthy. We've stealthed. There you go. And we are indeed stealth. Reason he is so nasty is because of this right here. He is a 4 health guy. It's going to take us 2 hits to hit him. The nice thing is he doesn't do a lot of damage. So we do have, I would argue, now we're not alerted though, so I think we don't take this fight today anyway because we are not alerted. If we're alerted, we take that fight. So, all right. So that's it. That's us. That is the end of the day. We had one death already. It's day 3 only, and we're already killing people. Starting to drink my water. And the Warlock is out for a couple days. So on day 6, the Warlock returns. Until then, not so much. And we just dumped counters all over the place. There we go. Only, yeah. So, okay, I mean, it's super clunky map all of a sudden. But yeah, oh well, whatever. We'll make do. Let's get day 4 on the books here. The Warrior is first. I think he's just gonna go 1-2. He grabs an item from here. And that's a short bow. I don't. Oh, geez. I don't want to go 3-4 because I don't want to be stuck. So I think we're going to hide an alert, or sneak an alert, I should say. Done. And we'll see if we can do anything there. The Archer. The Archer is going to quest once and try to carouse with the locals, 2 or less, unfortunately, and blows it. Can't do anything that day. So that's 1, and he is done with that. Man, having a rough time here. What's up, Rob? We should actually I should give the Archer credit. I did forget to do this because they weren't, the Archer does have 3 of these chips. Because he turned over the 2 gates. So that is 1 phase. We're going to go 2 and 3, and that's a sight. How are you, Rob? And that's the chamber in 1. So right there is where the Titan lives. That's going to give the Archer his 4th chip. And he's going to take quick the Explorer VP on day 4. And that's the Archer's first card point, and he is actually in the lead with 3 points. He gets Pilgrim at the end of the day. Discover the altar, monolith, or shrine. We know where those are, so that is pretty good. That leaves our Conjurer. Well, happy Friday. Probably should not post comments while drinking. Who cares? I don't know what. Are you embarrassed by your post? I don't recall anything so untoward. How's that? So, okay, our Conjurer here needs to locate the Shrine and the Horde, neither of which... So, not the Shrine, right? No, yeah, the Shrine. So the Shrine's over here. So he could grab the Shrine. But getting there's a little bit dicey. I think I should be, but I am not. Maybe you should be. So how does the conjurer get to the shrine? Uh, 3 to 2. So 3 to 2. So we could do that. We could obviously do, well, we could do Gatecrasher. Is everyone Canadian here? Rob's not Canadian, darn it. We're all Canadian at heart right now, man. So I think what we're going to do, so the conjurer is going to work on his Gatecrasher. So he is going to do searches to learn some secret about the gate. So he gets one of them. So that's one in one phase. So one. Next, he's going to move 2, 3 to this gate. And then search again for his fourth phase and fail. And he is done. And that is all of the characters. And now we have the monsters going away. So monsters go away if they are not with a hero. That means these guys go away. So we just had this little plague, this little outbreak of monsters. They kicked the warlock's ass, and then they all went home. They're like, you know what? We're good. We proved what we needed to prove, that warlock sucks. and then they left. They're like, yeah, we're good. And then the Hydra also takes off. So everybody leaves, and now we're checking for bones. We have scratches over here. We have stink over here. And carrion. I call this carrion. And the big weird rib cage bones. I don't know if that's what they're supposed to be, but just watch what you post. Yeah, really. I mean, it's all that darn Mexican cartel fentanyl. Like, I hate it. I hate it all. I don't know, but again, we're applying logic and reason to a deliberately non-logical, non-reasoned course of action. I'm drinking a huge pour of the bullet tenure. Let's not talk politics this Friday. I agree with that. We're not going to talk politics. I have heard of the game Kingdom Death Monster. I actually have the tabletop. I have the tabletop sim for Kingdom Death Monster on here, and I have actually tried it a couple times. I don't hate it. So the thing with Kingdom Death Monster is, for me, so it's a campaign game. You play, right. It's like a Monster Hunter boss fighting game with events and building and so on, and that's very cool. However, for me, it scratches the same set of itches that tabletop role-playing games scratch. And so if I were going to do Kingdom Death Monster, I'd be like, why don't I just do a solo tabletop RPG series, which would take a lot of work, by the way. Maybe that's my answer, is that it would take a ton of work. But it's sort of the same vibe, right? A campaign with characters that grow and die and so on. So on day 5, the Conjurer is going to go first. But yes, fascinating sort of game. So the Conjurer is going to continue his gate crashing. So that's a 1 search, 2 search is a fail, 3rd search is a success. So we're going to take that gate and copy it. So that's our 2nd of 3rd gate searches. And that was what, 3? And so, yeah, then we just step down out of the mountains and we're going to head over toward the shrine there. So the Conjure is done on day 5. Yeah, I mean, it's very, what do you want to call it? Frazetta, right? Um, Body, it's like a weird mix of Frazetta Conan art and body horror, right? Real, so, and it's a very dark vibe. So the halfling has got his explorer done, and now he needs pilgrim and big game hunter. I think I'm gonna go 1, 2. Yeah, I can see that. Like if you're, right, if that's not your gig, um, you know, but yes, no, absolutely. It's very much has that 14 edgy kind of thing going to it. It's heavy metal. I have not played Aeon Trespass Odyssey. But yeah, it's very much heavy metal, dark fantasy heavy metal, the game. Heavy metal the movie, the game, if that makes any sense. Um so I think we're gonna go 1, 2, and then we're gonna trade with the crone here and see what the crone has. 5 treasures, 4 items. Because if you remember, the halfling got their armor destroyed on day 1. So that's 5. We get 4 items on top of that. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I suppose I don't mind, but I probably probably wouldn't play it on stream necessarily. The Tiara of the Gladiator is great because it gives us a free maneuver. The Shoes of the Thief are okay. We do have an enchanted treasure that needs to get replaced. Bracelets of Vigor don't suck. Symbol of Stealth is awesome. We could also buy a leather helm for 5. Like, these are all really nice treasures. Talaria of the Gladiator, not Tiara, the Talaria. So that gives us a maneuver speed box filled by default, which is super nice. One of the best items in the game, I would argue. So I'm gonna go for the leather helm, and the crone likes cunning, and we have 2 cunning, so it's $15 right now. Done. So our last she kicks us right out of the store. We do need to enchant the hex, so we will do that in a minute here. Let's group this. It's purple. We get enchanted purple. Boom, like that, and purple. All right, so that's the archer's turn, and now the warrior is up. Man. Well, I mean, I hate to say, we're going to go 1, 2, back to the shrine. Search, fail hideously, and then sneak. And then roll dice here. We do get caves, and we do get bones. I don't see bones anywhere. And no one is in caves, and so that is the day. That puts the Warlock actually back in play on day 6. So the Warlock is back. Nothing has been cast. We have the same quests if we want them, which we will keep them. She has 0 points, or he has 0 points. And that's it. And we're ready for day 6 here. And the Warrior is up. Warrior is searching for that shrine. Might as well. Jeez, oh man. I mean, the Warrior needs glasses. That's 2 phases. Warrior needs glasses badly. This is... There we go. Oh my god. We actually found something. It's amazingly late that we found it in the day. We get the shrine. This is day 6. We have not scored jack for these characters. 5 more points. That gives the Warrior 13 and puts the Warrior actually in first place for fame. And he knocks the Archer down a point. I don't know why that is doing that. So we got 2 and 2 now. A KDM like that I backed from the creators of Aeon Trespass Odyssey. The names of Kingdom Forlorn, dark fantasy world reminiscent of Dark Souls. That's cool. I like the idea of those games, and I do like the campaign aspect. And those actually would make for a good, that would make a good series on channel for sure. I do like that. Again, my main take is I have always wanted to do. Actually, I'll tell you what. Let me finish the day here, and then I'll chat with you for a moment. So I was trying to buy a leather helmet. Instead, I'm going to quest today to try to carouse with my buds here, and we blow it again. So we burn a phase, and we're not getting anything done. Like, these characters can't get anything going. So that's 1. I will trade with the crone to try to buy the helmet. Down to 10. Come on, let me get 1 more. Down to 10. No, she kicks me out. Damn it. Okay, done. That's 2 phases. Wow. We're going to go 3. And we will sneak. Done. Warlock's up. It's like, yeah. And the Warlock is going to go. Ugh. The Warlock's going to go 1, 2, 3, and sneak. Not even gonna. I mean, we could go grab the corpse, of course, and we might. There is an epic there, which actually we should probably have gone for, but so be it. The Conjurer's turn. Conjurer's going to go 1, 2, 3. Can't go here. That's 4 or 5. So Conjurer is sort of done. And that's it. That is the day. We're going to roll for monsters. Swamp and Woods would go bad. Swamp and Woods, no. So do we have any mountains? No. It is pretty much Swamp and Woods. Do we have Carrion? We have humanoids, we have scratches, we have humanoids. Done. So day 6 is a quiet day. So, yeah, so I've always wanted to do like a solo tabletop RPG, like take a couple characters, have like an ongoing story, roll some random events, maybe make some tables up with you, with you guys, either on channel or off to the side, and then roll for some events for the characters and walk them through like these pseudo adventures or whatever. I just have never quite gotten around to what that is going to look like. I have not yet, you know, mentally gotten there to the point where I'm like, that would be a great idea. And I would do like one of my games, right? Of all the things that I've done, I've actually written like 3 or 4 tabletop role playing games, some of which aren't super suitable for on channel. Like the Supers game would be very hard to run on channel. It would be fun to run combats of the superhero game, but I don't think adventures are appropriate. But you could, but like Runebearer is perfectly apt to run, um, and that would sort of scratch that KDM like feel for me on channel. But I do agree that KDM is interesting, but I do think that the theme slash, the frankly the nudity, if you're not okay with that, or you're trying to introduce your 6-year-old or 8-year-old or whatever to games, and you don't want to go there, I can see that that'd be a big turnoff. And it's an expensive game, by the way. That is super expensive. All right, I'm a little disappointed in my first week. Like I don't feel like I've done anything. I feel like these guys have really stumbled a little bit here, and I don't think, introducing your 6-year-old to games, your kingdom. That good point. I would not introduce my 6-year-old to. I've had my 8 and 9-year-olds play Magic Realm. I mean, walk through, right? It was. But yes. Okay. Let's see if we can get day 7 going here. So the Warlock is first. The Warlock is going to find this path. That's 1 phase. 2 path is found. So we'll put a little counter there. Oh, and the Warlock's going to cast Shapeshift at the end of the day, yesterday. And I'm going to pick the Griffin this time. I'm going to go Griffin. Go Griffin. I'm going to go Griffin for that 4 side. Would have actually saved us last time through. But yes, I agree, Victor. That was a bad random call there. But so we've burned 2 actions to get this path. Going there would then put us in a little bit of jeopardy. But we're going to do it because we know we have the shapeshift now to make that work. Done. Archer. I was trying to kill a monster. Like we're doing all the things. We're trying to kill monsters around here, and and we just have, again, we have had no luck at all. So let's go 1. We'll quest with 2. Remember, we need a 2 or less, so we fail. Quest with 3. We blow it, so we've used 3 of our phases. Screw it. I'm going to spend $20 and we're going to trade 4. I'm going to spend all my money. I'm going to like the villagers are not warming up to him. He is, and in exasperation, desperate for someone to like him. He buys them their feast and scores village. Festival. So we'll do festival, and we'll show that we get there's I mean, you can score it once, so we'll do that. We'll do ×1 to show that we got the first point there, and that gives him his second card point and his third point overall. Because I have spent a lot of phases trying to get that damn thing scored. Now it's scored, but I spent $20, which I did not want to do. Warrior actually has the shrine found. So guess what we are doing with the damn shrine? We're going to loot the hell out of this thing. 2 deeps and 3 normal treasures. Not the biggest or baddest treasure site, but you never know. I mean, you could find something awesome here. Let's group these cards. Yeah, I don't even know if people would be interested in a solo like tabletop, like a campaign. It'd be interesting, but I don't know. That's one of those where I go, yeah, that's a little bit of a niche thing to do to people. 4, 1, 2, 3, and the warrior draws this treasure. It is the portable hole. So that's 1 loot. 2 loots is the third card. That's this card. Oh, it's a spell book. With Open Gate, Turn Undead, and Strength. I mean, that's all fine and good. It's an $8 spell book, effectively, is what we've gotten out of there. So that's 2. The third loot is going to be the first treasure. So the top card. I like that. I like that a lot. The Shield of Defiance. Ooh. Ah. So first thing is first. That is an epic. 7, we score an epic. That is also worth 5. So we're up to 18 fame. So a little bit of fame. And I mean, we're going to put, for now, we're going to put that and just put the shield on. The reason it is better is simply that it's 3 defense as opposed to it's 3. So it takes, so we're going to take all the blows on this thing because it can stand up to more hits. And then we're going to sneak for our 4th turn. Done. And now the conjure is going 1, 2, 3. Uh, 4 into the oak wood. Done. So let's end this week on a good note. No one dies. Maybe. I mean, that depends because we are going to get 2 giant serpents on the warlock. 1, 2. Deja vu. The warlock's never going to get out of this damn swamp, actually, I think. So we got that going. We got stink. No, just the 2 serpents. We are a griffin, though, potentially, if we want to be. And we might be hidden. So let's check that first. I am not sure what our disposition was with the warlock. I feel that we missed something. Oh, I think we just did it. We just went 1. Oh, we went in there. So we're not sneaking. So are we hidden? We are not hidden. So these serpents are on us. So now this is rough because well, they do kill us on either. They kill us on either side if they hit us. So that does suck a little bit. But we are going to burn our chip here. No, we don't need to burn our chip. Heck with that. I'm just going to play 1, 2, 3 cubes in my speed, and I'm going to evade these 2 serpents. So the serpents are evadable, which is why I did not sneak. I was like, yeah, the serpents are easy. It's orcs that can be rough because those bow orcs will tie you down effectively. So the warlock's going to evade and get out of combat, and he's going to go that direction. And I think that is the end of our day. So day 7 passes. We had a little bit of a clunky first week. The warlock was dead. No one really scored much at all. And I feel like I'm just not. Yeah, I feel bad. I feel like I'm not. Haven't done these characters a great service here so far. So I'm going to take just a minute or two. Not really grabbing a drink. I'm just leaving for a moment. And I will be back. Please stick with me. We can chat a little bit more about, solo role playing and Kingdom Death Monster. What time is it? It's 10. Oh, just 10. All right. I'll be back. Turn the camera off for a moment. I'll be back in a second there with that. So we're back, and again, so rough first week for our heroes. The archer has had only moderate, like minor success. The warrior has had minor success. Both the conjurer and the warlock have stalled. The warlock has just outright died. The conjurer has putzed around, but not really found anything. And part of that is the cards the conjurer has and where the conjurer started was very far from the rest of the action. So we'll see how that all plays out. I think the heroes are weirdly converging on because the conjurer needs the shrine, the warlock needs the miner, right? Like all that stuff is over there. But it's day 8 coming up, and we need to draw 3 more events. So we're going to draw 1. Oh, I'll see you, Elvin, if you're leaving. 1, 2. I don't love those, but yeah, okay. So we got 3 events. One is the Lost Smuggler. So the smuggler, wherever he is, we're looking for him. Where is the smuggler? There he is. Okay, the smuggler is lost. So I usually just take one of these. I put lost, put him on there. Oops, lost. Done. Okay, and now we're gonna roll to see where he ends up. 4-4. So swamp the foul swamp. Oh, we roll 3 dice actually. Foul swamp 2. And the smuggler came from the key. So foul swamp 2. Done. So he is ready there. Holy days, we'll get to that in a minute. Let's do robber baron. The topmost knight, which is not the leader. It is knight 3. 2 villagers. And 2 wardens. And they are a robber baron. So that's what so there you go. Terrorizing the hillside there. Or the countryside. A random clearing. So let's random clearing these guys. 4-6, so we're in the swamps again. We don't choose anything on an event. Putrid Waters 3. Putrid Waters 3. Okay, there's our robber baron. So you've either got to kill that guy, or you've got to do a hard charm test, or defeat. You have to defeat the leader, kill the leader, or do a hard charm test. Right, I'll have to excuse me for 1 second. There we go. Dude. So you take him, and there we go. If we deal with a rabble, we get a decline in interest or board games. That's a good question, Alvin. Give me 1 second. Let me finish this holy days here. So where is the sanctuary? The sanctuary is right there in the middle. I'm going to put that here. And we'll put the card here to sort of just illuminate that that's a thing. And that will be up till day 21. Right, so and so how do you score this the holy days? You either kill monsters adjacent to the sanctuary, 20 gold tithe, you quest to engage in prayer with a wisdom check, or quest to renounce your sinful ways by turning a magic cube into a white or brown cube. I don't know. I mean, So obviously there was a huge surge, right? A huge that to some degree saved gaming in a weird way. And I don't know the exact timing of it because I know a couple things sort of really made a difference. I remember in 2000 when D&D third edition came out, that was a big deal. That actually turned a lot of things around. The OGL, the release of D&D third edition brought a lot of people back. But before that, gaming was sort of in a weird slow death, and board games, the Euro game concept, Settlers of Catan, effectively, sort of saved board game because for a while, it saved gaming in general because for a while it really was nothing but like Pokemon cards and and Magic to a degree. Like board gaming and tabletop RPGs were dead. I remember my buddy who runs a game store was like, yeah, like it was board games that sort of kept the entire enterprise afloat, like local game stores afloat. And then D&D third sort of changed that up a little bit and made role playing games a thing again for him. Now, are we down from that peak? Yes, I believe that we are a little bit. But and I think weirdly, the rise of 5th edition D&D and all of the YouTube content surrounding D&D and the hype around D&D sort of compressed the board game space a tiny bit because there just wasn't as much, right? Because that drives a lot of what folks see and sort of deal with is like Catan brought board gaming into mainstream, like the Wii brought video gaming into mainstream. Now it never like the Wii never broke. But you could have like family board game nights, and people wouldn't go, "Oh, you're just miserable. You're such a nerd or whatever," right? Um, I think it has settled into. So I think Elbin. I don't think it's a decline per se because there's a lot of board games being produced, by the way. There are just literally tons and tons. I think, but they have sort of settled back into that niche, that hobby. Whereas if you're not following Kickstarters and you're not following YouTube channels, you probably aren't sort of in there. Having said that, you can still go to Target or whatever and buy a copy of Catan. Or you can still go to Target and buy a copy of, oh, I don't know, Carcassonne or something like that. And so I think there is a residual family, we play board games when we get together or on the holidays kind of vibe. I don't think it's at its peak. I think you're right. I think that whereas older folks grew up on board games sort of more hardcore, like, we played Starfleet Battles and we played Civil War and we played Republic of Rome and Supremacy, and right, and we played all those play all weekend games and so on. I don't think the younger folks, Euros are great, but I don't know that they engender quite the same level of devotion per se, if that makes any sense. They're more something you do with your workmates when you get together. Oh, do you play such and such games? Sure, yeah, I played Catan. Well, I'll come over to your house and play one. That kind of thing, right? I think D&D took a little bit of that because of Stranger Things and and Matt Mercer, and right, there was a rise of D&D content, and so I think that younger folks are way more likely to have played D&D 5th edition or Pathfinder or whatever than they are to have played Twilight Imperium, as a for instance. So okay, it looks like we've gotten our events up. So there's two main events. I don't actually love having these events overlap, these Holy Days and Village Festival overlap. I'm trying to figure out what um I'm trying to figure out if I want to do anything about that in the rules or whatever, but for now we're just going to let it ride. So that's it. I think we're good to go. I think day 8 is on the table here. So Warrior is first. And I mean, the Warrior has to look at. We only have 2 cards left. Yeah, we drew what 3 cards out of the shrine, right? Yeah, we drew 3 cards out of the shrine. 2 cards is rough. That's a rough ask there. To right, that's a little bit of a low chance. I think what we're going to do is we're going to move 1 2, and I am going to search for the corpse. And if we find it, we can draw. We just draw those treasures. We don't have to loot them. We can just draw. Nope, but we don't. So what we're going to do is sneak, and we are done. Archer. I'm going to carouse once because I'm desperate to be liked. No, carouse twice. Please, guys, have a beer with me. Done. Done. Someone drinks with the damn halfling. They don't card him. He goes to a place where they do, so he can score 2 points there, and he did, but now he is done with that. He cannot score that card anymore. So Elvin says, I weirdly consider D&D to be adjacent to games like this one. All my friends play D&D or have at least heard of it, but not more traditional ones like this. Victor says there seems to be a lot of whales. I think you are correct. And I do also consider these games to be adjacent. You could play D&D and love D&D and not give this game a second thought. You could love this game and not want to play a tabletop role-playing game. 100%. I think the two are mutually exclusive. I think there's overlap, of course. But I think the overlap is actually more, Elvin, with older folks. Because in my day, if you played D&D, you probably also went to these other places and played these other games. They were all part of a very niche. And by the way, it was also the same with computer games for a while because they were all sort of in the same nerdy niche. Because not a lot of people owned a computer back in my day. Or in my day. It's old man voice. Now I'm choking on my own spit. Speaking of being an old man, I am now also choking my own spit. Which is too much information. I totally understand that. So I think there was a time where all those hobbies were very much the Venn diagram was absolutely like this, totally overlapping, and over time that Venn diagram separated. If you play Catan, D&D is not the same game, right? It is very much more it's more complicated. It is more of a thing, a commitment. So yeah, I could see that. And yes, Victor, I think there are a lot of whales to keep the board gaming hobby afloat. Yeah, I think the games just I think tabletop games and tabletop role playing games, board games and tabletop role playing games, though they might be the same genre. I'm going to move to there as the archer, not sneaking, by the way. And now the warlock's going to go 1 2. Ugh. Give me a second. 3. Damn it, 3. Gonna go in. 3. Flip that. It's a sight. It is the crypt in 5, which is not where we are. It's the miner. The miner's digging the crypt out. I think, Elbin, even though the games play to the same basic fantasy, I don't think it's the same thing. I think the games give two totally different experiences. I think a tabletop role-playing game gives a fundamentally different experience than Dragon's Down, although some people don't see it quite the same way. And Dragon's Down does not give the same experience as another fantasy game, something like War of the Ring, for instance, which is more of a war game, epic war game. So I think the games just give different experiences with different levels of commitment, and you may be into one experience and not be into the other experience. I think that's perfectly valid. And yes, Victor, you are a whale, by the way. If you spend $400 on Kingdoms Forlorn, I think you're also making whale sounds. So let's see. How does the Conjurer get to the shrine? The Conjurer gets to the shrine by going to 2. So we go to 2, and now we're going to spend 3 to enchant. And we're going to enchant blue. Because if we enchant gray, we now vapor form and can't actually do anything. So we're going to enchant blue. And we are done with our day. And so that's day 8. We are going to get a couple things hit. Bats, so the Warlock does get jumped by Giant Bat. Because the Warlock seems to be literally cursed with monsters. So Giant Bat. The sights are going to draw again. Wow, I've seen sights draw so many times. The Crypt is going to draw. And that is the Lich. Lich. The Lich, the Monolith draws our guy again, because remember, they all go back in the tank. We don't kill anything permanently in this under this variant. The Shrine is going to draw the Wraith. Now those don't come to us. Just the Bat comes to us. Although I think the Sight draws the Serpents, which I don't love, but it's a $400 investment. That's funny. Sure it is, man. Sure it is. I think the Sight moves these guys over here as well. Warlock is first. We're going to roll first to see if we're hidden. We're not hidden. I do think we burn purple. We have a better chance to fight if we burn purple. Now, the Griffin's not a good matchup for the Giant Bat, strangely enough. And I think we just play on this side. And so let's see if the Bat is going to... Largely, can we hit the Bat once before he hits us 3 times? The Bat does flip, which is fine. That is perfectly fine. It doesn't actually change the combat at all. The Bat attacks us first. He needs to get doubles, and he does not. We are going to attack the Bat, and we need doubles. And we get it. So we do kill the Bat. So the Warlock scores killing the Bat. That is worth 8 fame for him on day 8. And Oh, his fame is 0, and now it's 8, by the way, because he zeroed out, because he died. Yeah, I do not think Shapeshift is as good a deal. Most people are like, oh, Shapeshift's the best. And I'm like, nope, Shapeshift is a pain. Oh, I have 2 Griffins. I don't know why I have 2 Griffins, but we're going to put this Griffin back. Shapeshift is amazingly dangerous in so many cases. So we are done with that fight. Now the warrior's sort of in a little bit of trouble. Let's see if he sneaks this one out. He does, because he is sneaking, and so he is now hidden. He can choose to fight or not fight. I don't love any of these. Because so the only good thing is, so let's take a quick look at this fight here. So keep in mind the warrior is not able to do the assassin thing. He cannot jump out and not be attacked. Once you, with a melee weapon, as soon as you charge out to fight, everybody's on top of you, ready to fight you. My main problem with this fight is that these guys, the serpents, crush this shield. I probably wouldn't let them crush the shield. I'd probably have them crush the helmet and the breastplate first. If they hit. The other problem is I can't actually kill these guys in one hit typically because of my weapon. So I think we're just going to sit on this fight. Like, we're going to go, we're good. We're good. We like lighter dudes with less armor on. Done. And so I do think that is end of day 8. No, I mean, those board games like Kingdom Death Monster, or the one that you bought, Kingdoms Forlorn. To a lesser extent, Dragon's Down, the price point's way small. But those games have so many miniatures. Like, those are truly, I would say, investments, because I mean, the price might go up. You're not looking at, that's not a monetary investment, but you were looking to get years out of that game. In my opinion, you're looking to play that game over the course of many, many weeks, 10 years later, you're going, yeah, I played the campaign again with my 15-year-olds, or my kid came back from college, and we spent a whole weekend playing whatever this game is, and stuff like that. Like, that's what you're looking for out of that kind of $400 game, in my opinion. Day 9. Warlock first. Oh, Lich. I would love to get to that minor. It's not great, but and I might check. Wow, I don't. I should have read this freaking card, because I don't know that this is going to do it for us. That's a rough haul to roll. It's a might check. You have 0 or 1 will succeed, and you'll get a bunch of gold. And then I was planning to run to the monastery and try to get the monastery. No, it's all good, man. I'm not going to judge. I've spent a lot of money on stupid shit. And I have a lot of games that don't hit the table anymore, and I've spent well over $400 on games that don't hit the table anymore. Man, and that Lich crushes us. Yeah, man. I am upset with where I've set the how I set the warlock up. I don't think I've given him a good option here to do his thing. So the best we could do, I mean, we could cast strength on ourselves, but even that is not going to do it. Like the Griffin can do 3 damage, so it's still a 2-hit fight. Where if we're hit, we're killed, kind of thing. We do have Rule Undead, so we do have that going for us. So that is a good point. So I think what I want to do is we are going. So okay, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to sneak and then enchant black. And that is our turn for the warlock. That way we can cast and control this undead. And the warlock is done. It is the archer's turn. And I think the archer is just trying to move up and out, right? Egg gatherer, 1, 2, 3. And we will sneak, I think. We gotta rest too when we gotta rest. The warlock, who hid and did not take this fight. He is like, nah, I think I'm good, man. I think I'm good. What does the warlock need to do? Or the warrior, I'm sorry. The warrior is trying to find the crypt, which is a shitty fight, and the altar, which is also sort of a shitty fight for him. I'm gonna go 1, 2. And this is a crappy place to be to. Like the swamp is just so hard to navigate. I do not love any of this right now. One, two. Three, four. We're just gonna go for it. We're not even sneaking. We're just gonna go up there. Done. All right. Conjurer is going. Would love to get to. So why did we do this? Oh yeah. Okay. Well, right. Because right. Because we need to go 1. So we moved one. And frankly, I think we're going to rest 3 times to get 2 cubes back. Done and done. So let's do that first. So we're not sneaking, but we are done. And that is day 9. Sorry, this is a disjointed game for me. I'm not really doing a good job of managing the game here. So we got this die. So we're going to draw nothing else. But these guys are all going to move. Right. These guys, do they move? Do they not move? That is a great question. I'm going to say they do not move. They're stationary. But now everybody else has to roll a damn check here. So Warlock is first. I think he is sneaking, and he is caught. Okay. So he is fighting. What is his speed? Well, I think the best he can do is 2, 3. He can play 4, and the other cube is his 5th cube. Well, he doesn't. I mean, he can play it, but he doesn't have any other cubes to play. So he's going to rule undead. Remember, his other cube comes from the enchanted cube. So it largely just comes down to, is he going to beat this guy's time? Oh, and I suppose he has to hit him, too. So our spell is slightly longer than Vapor Form. Our attack speed is equal to his defense speed. So we need to roll equals. We fail. And he Vapor Forms us. Because he hits us automatically. That's why I don't like the Warlock. The Warlock can't hit anything. He's not a good attacky guy. And so a lot of his spells are like, hey, you can attack, right? And the answer is no, except for Shapeshift, of course, which is all fine and good. Nonetheless, we get Vapor Form. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this dude's card. That does end the combat, though. So, I mean, we're good. And keep in mind, Vapor Form's not the end of the world. We are just currently poofed into magic pixie dust. That is the Warlock's fight. The next fight would be the Warrior's fight, I think, against, yet again, the Serpents and the Omnicrux. Now, he is not sneaking. Is he hidden? He is not hidden. So these guys are on our sheet, ready to beat us into submission. Keep picking that up there, huh? Okay. We can't run because the Omnicrux, the Serpents and the Omnicrux do not let us run. What we probably can do, we can play 5 cubes. That's 1, 2, 3 attack speed. 4 and 5. We could activate the hole. So what's that going to do? It can cast teleport. So, we can cast it on us. Or technically, I suppose we can cast it on them. Let's look up teleport real quick. Search. Teleport. Which is an aimed spell. the target is moved, but the problem, of course, is hitting them. Now you can hit the serpent. You might hit the Omnicrux. You might. We can teleport ourselves and move 2 away. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to move myself 2 away. And we get first because we're the fastest. Well, we do have to, I'm sorry, we have to roll to see if people flip or not to see who's fastest. Disorient might hit first if he flips. The Omnicrux does not. The serpents don't. So we are first. We cast teleport. We're going to cast it on ourselves. I'm going to go to here. I'm going to go 1, 2, and end up in a random spot there. And it's 5. So I end up in this tile, and we're going to get an item out of it. And it's a great axe, which we cannot wield. Yeah, I'd have done better with, I'd have done slightly better, I think, with 1 more might cube. So I should have worked that. That's okay. We're still good, but yeah. That's his fight. Finally, the Conjurer is up. And the Wraith is on him. I mean, the Wraith can still kill us, so we are probably going to... Well, first off, we got to roll, right? First off, we roll. So we are hidden. So we do hide. And so now we have an option because we do have blue magic here. So we can literally cast tentacles for free on our guy. And we could totally tank his speeds. Now, I don't know that that super helps us because we still, it's going to take us 3 hits to kill this guy. And if he hits us once, we die. So that's not a good, that is just totally not a good vibe right there. But having said that, if we could slow him down, for instance, we could open gate and just get him out of dodge. So I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to cast from my ambush position. I'm going to cast tentacles on our guy here. So we get 4 cubes and we roll these dice 4 times on this dude. A single hit is -1 attack speed. A double hit is -1 maneuver, which we're actually looking for a couple of those. So, nope, no hits. That's 1. Double hit, so -1 maneuver. We'll put that on that side. So that's we missed once, and we maneuvered him once. That's a miss. Come on, one more. One more -1 maneuver. No, that is nothing. So that is what the tentacles have done. They're not a ton. Now, are we still hidden after that little cast that we just did? If we're not, well, this sort of sucks, but... And we are not. So he is on to us. So... his maneuver speed is slowed. I can play. Well, so the problem is I can't. I don't have enough cubes to play. I have 3 maneuver cubes, so I'm still not fast enough. If I hit him twice, then we do. We cast all attack, and we go. If he doesn't flip though, and we cast an all-out attack, we only have a 44% chance of hitting him. Now, if he flips, we get him because his maneuver speed is 2. So we would get him and open a gate and get him out of here, which is sort of what we want to do because we want to get this shrine for ourselves. If he flips, so him flipping is a 1/3 chance. So there's a 1/3 chance of him flipping and getting him immediately kicked out. There is a 2/3 chance of us having a 50% chance effectively. So there's a we have a 2/3 chance of winning the fight outright, and a 1/3 chance of them being killed. Though is the problem. Like it's not a good. The odds aren't great. It's about effectively 2-1. We win on 2 and die on the last one. That's not. Those aren't odds you're supposed to take in the game. The funny part is now's the time to do it simply because you don't have much going on. I don't like playing that meta. I'd rather try to live. Wish that tentacle would have hit a little better. But even that probably wasn't a great chance. But 4 attacks, maybe you get 2 of them to hit defense. And in that case, he struggles, and then you open a gate and cast him through the gate. And then you're welcome to loot the shrine or grab the shrine. As it stands, I think we have to vapor form out of here, and we leave him there. Which does suck a tiny bit because sucks a little bit just because it makes our lives harder, I think. But yeah, so be it. Okay. Sorry about that. Day 10. I mean, I think for day 10, I think the warrior is going to search for that path. So he's going to search for this mountain pass. Fails once. Oh, he used teleport, so this card's gone. Oops. He finds it on the second phase, so that's cool. Third phase, he's going to move there. The Lonely Orc Craftsman. We do need to do a quest phase. which would leave us unsneaking, right? And so the unsnuck would be bad if we rolled the mountains or the orcs. That would suck. I'm starting to get like, reckless because of how the game's going. That's terrible. But we'll sneak. We'll try to keep alive. Done. Archer. Gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, and done. Archer is done. Not sneaking, by the way. The warlock. So we need to be at least a little bit careful, right? Because we're out of purple too, which sort of sucks a little bit. So he vapor formed me last turn. So we're gonna go 1, 2. What do we want to do as the warlock? Jeez, man. What is the goal here? I'm stuck. I want to. I would love to get to that minor, but that's a. I'm gonna go 1, 2, and then I'm gonna sneak. And then we gotta rest up a little bit and figure out our universe here. So done. And then finally the conjurer. Is going to sneak first thing and succeeds, so he's hidden, and then enchant again. Done. And the monsters. Well, this group. So these guys, he gets drawn back. I think these guys jump him. He is still jumping him, but he is. No, he actually goes back to the shrine. That's the. Which sort of sucks because the conjurer was hoping that he wouldn't. So I think the warlock's got a roll, and the warlock did sneak, though, thankfully. And the warlock is snuck, as it were. Yeah, yeah, okay. Anyway, okay. That's cool. We're going to stay sneaking and be done. And I think that is the day. And we switch to day 11. Which the warlock is first. 1, 2. 2 rests. So we're going to go 1, 2, and then rest twice to get a shapeshift back. So done. And no sneak. So 1, 2, rest twice. Warlock is done to get a sneak back. The archer, it's going to find that spot. That's 1. 2 is a fail. 3 is a fail. Wow, I have had shit luck. 4 is a success, thankfully. Done. Warrior will do a quest phase with the orc. So what do we need to do to the orc? We need to impress him with a hard charm or pay him 20 gold. We do not have 20 gold. So it looks like a hard charm check. That means charm with the loot dice. Ugh. Any fail blows the whole day? Oh, that's awful. That's bad. I don't know why I'm rolling these. So he does fail. So he's done. So that is 1 phase that he has used. Oh, and we do have this path, so we should make sure we mark it. We're going to go 2. And then heck, 3, 4. And we do get a treasure. Symbol of commerce, which is an extra trade phase. Symbols is good. We need a symbol. We can get strange symbols at least. And now it's the conjurer's turn. Conjurer needs to figure out what they need to do. We're definitely going to hide. We're definitely going to sneak. Definitely going to move in, so we're going to have to roll a hide immediately, which succeeds. So that's 2 phases. Now we're going to search for this stupid location, which I will never find because I've not. Oh, and he finds it on the first one. I think someone else has the shrine, by the way. So we don't get 5 fame for it. Yeah. But we can loot it, so we do put it on our sheet. More importantly, we actually get locate the shrine. So this is literally the first thing I've done on this guy for 11 days. Sorry about this. I feel awful. I feel like I'm letting you down with my incompetent play. So that is 3 of my phases. Sure, I'll loot the 4th one in case I can roll a 2, which I do, strangely enough, and get that treasure, which is an elemental, 1-use elemental. But now I am done. So the swamps are going to draw. I mean, can I just kill the warlock now? Because it just seems like that's where we're heading. He gets 3 more giant serpents. 1, 2, and 3. So we get more giant serpents. One day, the warrior finding a curse sword every time the enemy fails gets stronger is thirsty for bloodlust. Man, I don't know. I'm having one of the like I'm having one of the worst games that I've had in a long time. Like if I put a snap point there and then I toggle snap on these guys, does that fix my? Yeah, there we go. Okay, that fixes my issue. I can do that every so often on these. Okay, so the warlock gets jumped. He is already hidden. He does not get jumped. He is going to get jumped by 3 giant serpents also, the archer. Two, 3. And so we've got a couple rolls coming. So first roll is the warlock's hide. Warlock is hidden. Probably for the best. What about the archer? Archer is hidden. Maybe also for the best. Archer's going to ambush. Okay. Gather our dice here. So first thing is we're going to play all 3 attack, of course, because we're ambushing. We got the missile dice. We're shooting the leftmost giant serpent. None of these guys flip. We're going to auto hit that serpent. We're going to roll the missile dice. +2, +2. So we do 4 sharp and kill the giant serpent. Are we hidden at the end of that? No. Giant serpents are on to us. Well, now we're going to play. We're going to evade with 3 moves. Done. I'm going to do that. I'm going to every time I have a chance, I'm going to put a snap point there, and I will toggle the ones I need to toggle to snap. I usually turn them off of snapping in grids because it does get annoying. And I'm going to go this way. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do, by the way. I'm going to go this way. So the archer does get a serpent. He gets 10 points on day, 11? So that's 10 more. That puts the archer at 20 fame. But it switches around the points. Yeah, I'm having quite the game here. It's still interesting to me just how the game sort of plays out, as it were. I have made some absolute mistakes. The warlock should not have kept minor. If you read minor, you would have known it wasn't going to be a good deal. I should have stayed a day at the outpost, turned in for $5, and got rid of that card, and that would have been a much better deal. That's what I'm going to do ultimately now. So it's too little, too late, I think, but we're on day 12. Warrior is first. So the warrior goes 1, 2 to the monastery, and then we're going to search for the monastery. That's 3. No. And we're not snuck either, which sort of sucks. But I'm not. I find I'm having. You know, I can't find crap. I can't. We're just a terrible. This is a terrible day. 1, 2. Obviously, we're going to sneak. 3 and go in. 4. As soon as we do that, we got to roll to see if we are hidden. And we are hidden. So we're going to move this over to hidden. And we will deal with, hopefully, the robber baron on day 12. Warlock goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Done. And the conjurer has located the shrine, so he does get a new card. Spider Slayer. So let's get that done. I think we're going to move 1, 2 into the monolith. And the conjurer is going to search for the warlock's corpse. So we've used 2. This is our third move. We find the warlock's corpse. So I'm just going to delete this. We get these 2 items, which I can wield, strangely enough. So 1, 2, move, 3, search. Done, done, and done. We actually get an epic on day 12. Does that count? No, probably not, actually, right? Because you weren't the first to turn it up. Although I do need to count who has what treasures, because that's points, and I did not do that. God damn it. Sorry about that, guys. Because the warrior would have a 1.5 more because of his treasures. The conjurer has because they both have an epic. The most epics also gets points, which does make the scoreboard look a little more equitable, but we haven't been sort of counting those. So the conjurer picks all that up on turn 3. On turn 4, we search for the monolith, and we don't find it. And so we are done. Swamps are going to draw, and claws are going to draw. So first thing is everything shows up here. And we're going to get more crap? Well, sure. So we got that going down. Oh, and we get more. But the archers first. So these show up, and the archer gets 3 more, which there's only 1 left on the board. So the archer gets those instead. Sort of funny, actually, if you... Yeah, I usually turn snap off, but in this case, I think it's nice to have them. One of these doesn't have it, darn it. It's a little annoying. Okay. So now we have that stack to deal with. Does anyone else get jumped by crap? No, I do not think so. So let's go in order. Warrior first, he has nothing. The archer is next. The archer needs to... The archer's already hidden, which is nice. We have this stack. which we can run from if we need to. So this is a perfect ambush stack because we can run if we have to. Obviously, we're shooting the knight because he is the robber baron. If we kill him, the rest of these guys are going to go away. So that is sort of how we're going to play it. So first three, do they flip? Yes, everybody flips. 1, 2, 3. They all flip. Second three, which will be the serpents. Do they flip? No, no one flips. The last two, the villager and the warden down there, the warden flips. So these guys flip. We're going to hit this guy, but we're going to have to do big damage to him. In fact, we're going to do +1 at least. And so we have to re-roll this die. Come on, +1, baby. No, 0. So we're going to do 2 damage, which is not enough to kill him. So we do instead a wound right there. Are we still hidden or not? We need to roll double blanks. We do not. We are unhidden. We're going to evade next round with 3 maneuver, and we are out of here. So a useless sortie. I can just take that off, flip everyone over to their side there, vaguely stack them up, because then our snap point will magically... I should just put like a magical snap point somewhere and then put them on the board, but done. So his fight is over. The Conjurer is next. Does the Conjurer evade detection? Also not sneaking. Conjurer does. I think these guys just need to focus on mission events and run from it. This is, well, yeah, man. It's so bad, isn't it, Rob? Like, the funny part is I have never seen a game that was this ubiquitous, like, with giant stacks traipsing around. Yeah, and they were chasing the Warlock down for a while. Like, everywhere the Warlock went, he was just getting chased by monsters. So the Conjurer is gone. Like, he's unseen. I think he is done. I think he's good. I think he's done. He's not doing the thing. I so need him. So yeah, I'm just amazed. God damn. I think so. No, NPCs do not stay wounded. At the end of the fight, all wound tokens are taken off of those guys, primarily because it'd be a pain to manage, right? So I understand that. And that's a good rule. We're going to cast Open Gate on ourselves, is what we're going to do. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. So we poof, cast Open Gate, we end up there, and we're done. And we wound this chit. And that gets us out of dodge, and we can then manage maybe a day or two of doing something else before done, right? So that is the Conjurer's fight. Is there any other fights that we need to deal with? The Archer is done. He ran out of dodge. So I think we're going to go this way, I think. The Warlock's out. He's out. Yeah, I think we are good to go. Now, the Warlock, at the end of the day, turns in Windfall for +5 gold. So the Warlock, by definition, is winning gold because he actually has more gold than he started with. And then, frankly, he is going to turn in Miner. along with Windfall, of course, and get 2 new cards, which I should have done super early. Like that's my problem. I did not play that very well. I thought, oh, it's close. Let me go to it without having read it well enough. Strange symbols and camp. When you're asked to perform a check, you can just play it and gain a success. Done. Take any symbol to a site, blah, blah, blah. Camp, perform a quest, obviously, to make a camp, which I'm going to keep because then I can change the cards out somewhere away from here. And that's fine. So that is the end of that day, and we are heading to day 13. The Warlock is first. All good. I have 1 shapeshift. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 to here. And I'm going to get a site. And it's the Trove in 4. What does the Trove get us? Gets us the Great Worm. So let's take a look at the Warlock now, because the Warlock has different cards. So the Warlock has Beginner's Luck. Just put Luck. And Strange Symbols. And I'm not keeping my scoreboard very clean, which sucks. Locate, Horde, Spider, Slayer, Gate Crasher still, which we can't quite do. And yeah, they're fine too. Okay. So that is good. But the question is, what do we do with our last phase? We're going to search for this, knowing that we can escape, I think. No, we totally blow it. Everybody needs glasses in this freaking game, too, because we suck at... So we're done. We're done with the roll. The Archer. 1. I'm going to rest for 2. So we had to move 1. No, we don't need to rest for 2. We had to move 1. Gonna sneak. Yeah. We're gonna sneak. 100% sneak. We're gonna head back in. So we are snuck, but we fail. So we get blocked. Well, we can probably re-roll that, right? Yep, re-roll 1 die per hide attempt. We succeed. So we are sneaking in here again. Done. The Warrior. Go into the monastery. That's 1 roll. 2 rolls, he finds the monastery. The monastery is going to score him a point. So the monastery is scored. We're going to put it down here. We score it on day 13. Yeah, no kidding. God damn it. Gives me 3.5 points at least. That is 2 phases. Can't sell there, unfortunately. Where is the nearest selly place? Up here, probably, right? So we're going to go... Oh no, that's not a Selly. Oh geez, we're sort of in the middle of nowhere. Interesting. So okay, so we got monastery. That's fun. So we scored that. So that is good. That was the idea, is to get that point. I would love to get the orcs point. I just don't have a good way to do that because I don't have the cash. The hard charm check is hard. It's essentially it is essentially what? It's like rolling a 2 or a 1 in Magic Realm. So our teleport, though good to get us that point, is now bad to get us back to sort of the universe, the rest of the world here. So, um, the question is, do we take the crappy move? So that's $8. Yeah, we have. I have like 27 bucks of crap to sell, which I could then give to the orc effectively to score the orc, and then upgrade this weapon maybe, and that would be sort of bitching. But hmm. And I don't have anything to rest, so it sort of sucks because I feel like I am wasting time if I don't move. I'm going to move 1, 2. Done. Conjurer. Conjurer's going to move 1, 2. Conjurer is going to. So Conjurer moves 1, 2. The Conjurer is going to do. The charm check. So 3. Quest is 3. Because our charm is 4. And we get it. Done. So we score the festival on day 13 by carousing with the locals. So that gives him an extra point. And now we're going to trade with the crone. And I'm going to sell all of this. And we're going to get 21 bucks. So we're going to start with 21 bucks for the crone. And that adds to what we have. And that's 32 bucks. Now we're going to check the crone real quick. And yeah, she's a lot of combat-y things, it looks like. And unfortunately, none of these are great, right? Like none of these. I mean, we sold. I do need to. I need to find a lot of shit, man. Yes, I agree. I'm going to. I'm going to go for the sling. The crone likes cunning. I am cunning. I can pay 6 gold for the sling. I think the sling is one-handed, so I can sling and shield. And the sling is as good as the dagger, except it's ranged, which then makes me able to ambush. So for $2, for $6, we're just going to buy it. That gives us $26. Not even going to roll it. So it was 2 to get here, 3 to quest, 4 to trade. We buy the sling. We'll keep the dagger just in case it's sort of a mess. We do have to roll the damn missile roll, but we're going to go with that for now. Tomorrow on day 14, we're just going to buy the damn feast, I think, to get the second, to get the damn second point. Sling of Death. Death Sling. Which is funny, because actually I could name it if I wanted to, but we're not going to do that right now. I could put a stamp on it to make a name. Anyway, I think that's the day. I think everybody is done with the day. Let's roll. Tell me I'm going to roll and draw stuff directly to the... no. What we're going to get instead is the Warlock's going to get 3 juvenile dragons. Because that's how the Warlock is rolling today. If monsters can appear on the Warlock, they're going to appear on the Warlock. That is just how it's gone. Oops. Still got the Trove. Now we have 3 juvie dragons. Pick me sign. A little bit. So that is the mountains. We're also going to get juvenile dragons, which sort of sucks, for our warrior. And that is the problem with not hiding. Is so let's see who gets, and I don't think anybody else is going to get anything. I think we are now safe, right? 1, 2, 3, yes. And so now let's roll for the Warlock first. And the Warlock was going to be hidden, but now isn't hidden. And these are... and frankly, I think we're just going to burn... I'm going to burn color, and we're going to turn into the Griffin and evade. Done. I don't think it behooves us to fight those guys right now. One of them I would consider. 3 of them sucks. The Griffin's not really a good combat form. It's more of an escape form, really. And do I actually need to do that? No, you know what? I don't need to do that at all. I don't need to burn. I can just escape. So I'm just going to escape with my 3 move. And we're just going to escape to here. Done. So that's the Warlock's version. But now the Fighter's version, the Warrior. Let's see if he needs to do this fight. He does not need to do it. So let's take a quick look at it. Now, the nice thing about the Warrior is he's got a lot of armor. So he might take this fight. Because we can play like this. And if we need to, I can totally play like this. And I can take the 2 hits if I need to take the 2 hits. The problem is I can only do, I mean, like that's once I can do that. That is going to eat the armor. No, it's, well, it depends. It depends on who hits me. So it all depends. So what I'm going to do, it's a lot of armor I'm giving up, frankly. So if we'd alerted, we could play one more cube, and this would be a way better fight. By the way, alerting, I love how good alerting is in this game compared to, say, Magic Realm, where alerting is fine in the two cases. It's fine, but otherwise, you never need to do it. Mostly, you just hide. Hiding is mostly better. If we go all out, we're going to lose. One piece of armor for sure, maybe two pieces of armor, and take 2 wounds for sure. We go all out attack, but we will kill. Well, we don't necessarily even kill a dragon, which is the worst part. So there is an absolute shitty version of that combat round, in which case then I think we're in trouble. I think we go for it. Let's do it. So no flipping, and then the last guy doesn't flip. So no one flips. So we're going to go first, and we're going to kill him with 2 damage. Done. That's what we needed to happen. We're going to take 2 hits at the same time. Now, I believe that those 2 attacks are literally at the same time. I believe we can take them on the same piece of armor. And I will destroy the helmet. I take 2 wounds, mind you. In which case I will just take those 2 wounds. That's probably generous. I will look that up after the fact. I think we get smashed up a little bit and done. I think we go the same. Which again, I don't love it because this could go super wrong super fast. Nope, it's not. No, it's not. It's like Magic Realm. It's the same things happens in Magic Realm. If 2 attacks happen at the same time, then you don't spread them out and go, well, the first one damages the armor, the second one destroys the armor. If 2 guys hit you at the same time and they would both damage the armor, you just damage the armor. You take the 2 wounds, but you just damage the armor. So we do the same thing. This guy flips. This guy does not. So we go first. We kill him. We're going to take another attack, which does a single point of damage because he flips. So he's going to wound us. And we're going to do that, which is fine. That's good. I think we just hope this guy flips now. If he doesn't flip, he does flip. That's an auto hit. We kill him. Done. No wound that time. We lost a piece of armor. We took 3 wounds. We killed 3 juvenile dragons on day 13. That's 30 fame for the warrior. So he finally kicks it a little bit there. And what that does do is that kicks him ahead because of that newfound fame, and it makes me feel a little bit better about his life. um, okay. On day 14, the warrior's going to walk up there. 1, he finds the wrecked wagons. 2, 3, he finds an item, which is another breastplate. So, leather. So not quite as good as a breastplate. And then he will sneak, actually. So not great, but at least he... Sometimes you got to just clear the top. I agree. Absolutely. Oh, we didn't do the archer. I'm sorry. Can we do the archer's fight? So this is day 13 still. The archer's going to fight. The archer is sneaking, of course, and has already hidden. I mean, we will roll all these, but what we really want to do is shoot that guy, shoot this guy dead. So we're going to do 2, copy, paste, paste, and paste. Who flips? The third guy flips, 4th doesn't, 5th, 6th, and 7th guy flips. So that's what they look like. We're going to hit this guy automatically. We need to do at least +1 damage, though. That's the problem. Dang, +1 damage. So he pops one right in that slot in the visor. He is dead. 3 sharp damage, and he dies. Do we remain hidden or not? We do not. No one is a 3 or higher, and so we run at that point. But hold on, give me a minute. I am gonna delete those dice just because, although having them is useful at times, we can always copy and paste them again. The Woods girl would be proud. He sniped the shit out of them. So we are going to put these guys back because what we know is going to happen is the robber baron dealing with the rabble earns you 1 VP and 4 mission dice. Done. The rest scatter to the hills, which largely just means I put them back in their respective piles. The 2 wardens go back here. The Knigget goes here. That's French, by the way. The serpents remain where they are, of course. And we run out of there and we go here. But we do get the Baron. So we get a VP because of the Baron. I'm not sure if this is the right link, but maybe it is. We're going to get a VP. So let's score the Robber Baron for our Archer. And that was on day 13, by the way. So the Archer gets a 4th card. So he actually is churning out some points there. He retakes the lead. He also gets 4 mission dice. when the King Arthur and his knights encounter the French in their castle. So he gets 5 fame and 7 gold. And 2 fame, so 7 fame, 12 gold. So I'm just going to mark the fame just because. And I will put the gold there. $27 puts him in second place in fame. Gold, is he actually ahead yet? No, he's not ahead of his initial total yet. The Conjurer might be now. The Conjurer is. So the Conjurer is winning gold, not the Warlock. So the Conjurer has 5.5. The Warlock is down to a mere point. But that's only for like right now because the Conjurer is going to. So strangely enough, the Conjurer is going to lose a point by scoring this. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe you don't score this point. Is there a bet, like, right? He's 26 gold. He's in the lead with gold. It's worth 2 points. He can get a card point. I mean, you can always get gold is the idea, right? You can always win, but maybe, or maybe not, right? Nonetheless, it is now the Archer's turn, and the Archer has won that battle. And the Archer's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 up into the Sanctuary tile. The Warlock is going to go 1, 2. Three and sneak. And then the Conjurer has to make that call. We did not kill a monster in a tile adjacent to the village. We can't earn the title because the bandits have to be dead, and they're not dead. The best we could do, so we could either pay 20 gold, which is going to take us down to 0 in gold. Like, not 0, but 6 gold, which is going to knock our points off of the gold. So it's literally we're going to lose a point. We'll have another card, and cards can't go away, whereas gold can go away. So I don't know. That's an interesting trade-off. Or you just assume you're going to maintain the lead in gold, which you could attempt to do. In the meantime, we did buy Deathsling. What should we do? Lose the point now in hopes of getting it back essentially later. Keep the gold with the assumption that we're going to be able to buy something later. For instance, something to give us spells or whatnot, right? What I'm going to do, I have a gray. I do have a gray. I am going to rest twice. That is going to get me this blue back. Done. I'm going to move here. I'm going to make noise. Because it's still day 14, so we still have a shot at scoring. The Warlock should transform into the Archer. You could transform into a Goblin. The Goblin Peltasts, essentially. All right, let's roll monsters on day 14 then. Let's roll to see who attacks the warlock now. That's largely what I'm doing. Monster check. No mountains, no mountains, no mountains. Scratches check. 2 treants on the warlock. I mean, literally, it's who attacks the warlock now. Done. And our conjurer gets to roll monsters again, and nothing appears. That's too bad. He was looking for spiders, of course. Please attack me, please. Please come get me. Please, please, please. Yeah, and yeah, you know. And treants hit hard. They hit hard. They are rough. That's a rough haul, man. Having said that, he is not going to fight those treants. He is going to get out of dodge again. All he needs to do is pay 3 and move. So he does. He does his 3 move, and he's out for the moment. I don't think anybody else fights. I think everyone else is quiet. The village festival is going to end. So the monastery is still in play, but it's done. The village festival is done. So having said that, it was a rough 2 weeks, but everybody sort of ended up, I think, in an okay spot right now. Yeah, we ended up in an okay spot. The miner is done because we're not actually going to go for him anymore. I do think the warlock needs some points on his cards. Well, week 2 was good. It was week 1 that was really slow, like desperately slow. Yeah, sort of crazy, actually, isn't it? Sort of crazy. Well, it's definitely a different vibe than the last game, which I thought was way better for the heroes, I thought. Way better for the heroes, I believe. So let me check real quick where we're at. I mean, you know, I am going to. Unfortunately, I still have. I poured all the bourbon. So I think I'm going to go one more week. And then probably we'll finish this game with a video instead and do the last week on a video. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I mean, is that bad? Is that bad? Should I not do that? You telling me just bag it? Are you suggesting something, sir? I have heaps of beer. Uh, so I say we do week 3 and see how week 3 goes. Because again, I'm alone. I'm alone. I got my son is in the house, but that is like being alone. He is off playing, playing with his buds online. My wife is gone. I just don't want this to go bananas. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm gonna move the village back down here since it is not a thing. So yeah, I say we go in a little bit longer here. See how week 3 plays. We won't go bananas. We'll keep it civil. No political talk. No drunk political talk at the end. Maybe we'll bitch about Bethesda. Probably not. All right, but we're going to take a momentary break. We're going to hit the restroom real quick, and then go in for week 3 and see how week 3 Drunk political talk. That should be a different channel. Like yeah, that's a different. And I don't know if I'm showing my face on that one. I s- I appreciate that my vids scratch YouTube. I do think so. I was looking around, and I'll tell you, and I do think I'll start a what is it? It's coffee page Kofi, Ko-fi. I don't know if it's Ko-fi or coffee or whatever it is, but it's that donations page. So I am going to start that and try to maybe save up some money for maybe a better camera or a camera that I can use to play games on, um, on a table, right? So we'll talk about that though. Let me go. I'm going to go. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. Speaking of coffee, and yes, if it does well enough, we will make some swag, and I have some ideas for that, by the way. So, okay, I was just thinking as I was pouring a cup of coffee. I love the America song Tin Man, but it's one nonsense verse and then they repeat the chorus 18 times and harmonize, and that's the song. I don't know. So I don't know. Anyway, um, so Rob says, "Oh, bye, Michael. See you, man." Uh, Crazy thought the Warlock was going to be the heavy hitter. So the problem with the Warlock. So here's the Warlock's issue is twofold. One, his power does not help him. It is you have to hit an unarmored, non-undead enemy with a weapon, and you get a cube back. not that useful, frankly. Um, in addition, you don't have enough attack slots to hit with your spells reliably. And so, even though you have two heavy hitters with black and purple, which are great at offensive spells, you do not have the offensive slots to make those reliable attacks. And you don't have any powers like the sorcerer that up his attack speed or anything like that. So I don't like the warlock much. Like I think you need I gotta figure something out for him. Like I need a gimmick for him that I have not yet figured out. I suppose is my I love Werewolves of London. I do love it. I love Lawyers, Guns, and Money too. I love those songs. Um, love that damn song. His hair was perfect. Indeed, it was. Ah. So okay, so we've gone through 3 weeks. The Conjure is ahead. The Conjure is ahead. I mean, primarily, and the Conjure has not done much, but primarily he is winning gold. He has a great treasure, which he took off the corpse of the. Nah, did he? Yeah, I think he did. Did he take it off the corpse of the? I do not recall because there was 2 shields in the game. One was found, and the other was, stolen off the corpse of the warlock. Nonetheless, but yes, he is ahead. Why is he called a conjurer? That's a great question. Um, I think there's a couple spells in his repertoire which, like Air Sword, he doesn't have any actual conjuring. So yeah, that's an interesting question, right? We need a blue conjuration spell. He's mostly like the gate guy and the teleporter. That's sort of his vibe. He does have tentacles though. He has Air Sword as a possible spell. So I suppose those are conjurations, right? But there's no actual summon. So interesting. So let's get 3 more. So the Robber Baron is scored and done. And so let's get 3 more events onto our board here. But the Smuggler is still lost, and the Lonely Orc is still indeed lonely. We have the Prospector, Outpost Preppers, and the Possessor Spirit. Let's do Outpost Preppers first. Where is the Outpost? It's down here. I like golems. I think that's a neat one, right? So we get preppers until day 28. So we're literally getting all of the dwelling preparation. Kill 3 lizardmen or a guardian in a swamp tile. You don't have to pay the gold anymore because of that. You can also trade them non-epic weapons and armor, which people have. Set up traps with a cunning check, and of course, always kill monsters in the adjacent tiles, which there's a ton of them. So this is a scoring bonanza for our characters here. The Prospector in a random cave tile. So we roll 2 dice. Nope, can't do a 6. We can do a 1 though. He's in the Black Caves 2. Black Caves 2. Where is Black Caves 2? Black Caves 2 is the Prospector. So we do have the Prospector. We go there. We provide 2 labor, which means, so labor is a thing, right? It is might and skill. So it's might and attack cubes. You pledge them, and then you roll a check against those. And if you succeed, fine. If you do not succeed, you have to wound one of those cubes. And if you crit fail, which is roll the symbols, you have to wound all of the cubes. So it's a big risk because you suffer an accident, would be the idea. And you have to succeed twice because he has 2 labor, and then you get a VP and you find a thing. Mostly gold, could be a deep treasure, and so on. The Possessor Spirit is much like he is in Magic Realm. I don't know. It's a 1/4/1. So Swamp, Putrid Waters 1. Okay. So we've got our nice die mechanics. Yeah. I do like the cocked dice, although it does tell you what symbol it thinks it is. So that I do appreciate that. You're like, oh, it's not a cocked die. It's fine. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so obviously we still have Holy Days going. Any treasure with a spell cube or spell square on the card. We could quest, we could tithe, engage in prayer. All right, let's get day 15 going. Well, all I can think of in my head is lawyers, guns, and money. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? How was I to know? Said half of the congressmen in Washington. Okay, so we no longer have the village going. So the conjurer no longer has that sort of as a thing. He still has locate the horde, gatecrasher. So he does want to open up those 2 forest tiles, right? Because those 2 forest tiles might contain something for him. Also, I mean, the chamber might be nice to utilize to get something. I mean, we have not been not a ton of treasure at the moment. Let's see what we got here. So the conjurer is going to. We could shoot for the spirit. The spirit requires search and then learn, and you can be cursed. And you have to kill something afterward. Once you kill something, you actually get then a follower. But I would love to finish Gatecrasher. I think. I think that is my priority. So I think what I am going, well, in the horde, and we have locate horde. I think what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to, because it will last the day anyway, I'm going to pop gray and go 1, 2, 3 because I can use paths as mist. So we turn to mist and we go there and we are done. The warlock is going to go 1, 2. Let the warlock find the horde and then reap the benefits. So the nice thing is, so the warlock, I don't have a symbol, so that all sucks a little bit. Do I need to rest? As though I do need to rest. So hold on. So I'm gonna. Oh, I can't go 1, 2. That's a. Oh no, I'm here. I ran from the treants. I can go 1. There is blue magic here. I'm going to pop purple. So 1, I moved out 1. Pop purple, 2, 3, or 3, or 2. And then I'm either going here-ish. But we have to be a little bit careful. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. And I land in a random non-cave space. So I land there by default. The mine is good for that. And he is done. The archer. I got some crap to sell. I got eggs to gather, which I sort of forgot about a little bit, and so I did not gather those eggs. So egg gather is you go to either, this is a yellow one, swamp. I have red, but red is wrong. It's yellow. Head to a swamp clearing, perform a cunning check, find eggs, or you make noise, and then draw monsters potentially. Then you trade the eggs back at a dwelling for VP and mission dice. So to get the holy days, it would be super nice. We can tithe. We can engage in a wisdom check. Do we have enough wisdom to even consider it? 2. We can possibly succeed a wisdom check. Can we find an egg? We can find eggs up here, but we have to go around. I'm going to go 1. We're going to quest to do the wisdom check and pray. We fail. That's fine. So that's 2. We're going to go 3 and do it. We fail and are not allowed to do it again. And then we're going to go 4 here and be done and not hidden. And then finally, we have the warrior. Thank you. Thank you. What is the warrior doing? So we're still sort of stuck up here. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, and then we are going to sneak. And I need to heal. Like, he is hurt. Roll monsters on day 15. And so we do get monsters return. So let's take a quick look at what that's going to look like. So first thing that's going to look like literally every monster on the board disappears, which is sort of annoying. It's a sort of a crappy. It's a crap mechanic in the sense that boy, you have to like a lot of shit has come off the board. It's easier actually to hand all the chips to my son and go sort these. Anyway, great. Serpents are gone. So let's pull the serpents off. All of these the Wraith is gone from the shrine. The Omnicrux leaves the monolith. Poof, they disappear. The Juvie dragons go back to Juvie. Their sentence is no longer they're off of house arrest. Done. I know I've overused that joke. The Lich goes back to the crypt. So overused. Like we should have 0 monsters on the board after that die is resolved. Then we resolve this die, which is Stink, and that's nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, and nothing. So that's it. The monsters all poof go away. That is day 15. It's day 16 now. Archer is first. 1, 2, 3. Indeed, I'll go 4 and not hide. Oh, and the Treants are gone because they weren't, no one was with them either. The Warlock is going to rest 3 times to get these 2 chips back. And then he will pop in there. Done. Conjurer. It's going to go 1, 2. Finds the secret cache. Well, sees the secret cache. 3. Done. Because we can always pop Vapor. And finally, the Warrior is going to go to the Wrecked Wagons. That's 1, and we will search. Because all you got to do is find them. So 1, 2. Oh my God. Yeah, I've 3. And then I've got to sneak again because we're hurting here. So now we'll roll some monsters. We're going to get Swamp and Carrion. So Swamp is nothing up there, nothing over here. We're all in plains and forests. Carrion is going to be nothing, nothing, and nothing. So done, done, and done. It's day 17. Conjurer is up. 1, 2. Oh, yeah, 1, 2, 3. We get an item. That sucks. That was a bad. Those are bad. That's a bad draw for us. I wanted a gate, pretty much. So we get 1, 2, 3. We draw that card. That would be better. Oh, it's 3, 4. I'm sorry. I didn't see that yellow. Done. He is done. The Warlock. I'm going to go. The Warlock is going to pop purple. We're gonna fly now. We're gonna go 1, 2, and 3. Land in a random clearing. That clearing is strange symbol is to have a symbol. Oh, we do get a site here, by the way. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Catacombs in 4. So a symbol. So literally there are, every treasure that gives you a phase is called a symbol. So you have a symbol in your hand. You go to a site. You immediately destroy the symbol. You don't have to search for the site. You do a quest action. You burn the symbol. You immediately find the site. You get your VP, and you immediately get to loot the site once for the 1 quest phase. And like some of them are bad. It's a bad trade, right? Like if you get a free move, I wouldn't trade free move just to find a thing. But I would trade free trade, for instance, to find a site, as a for instance. And I suppose technically the warrior could do that because these are considered sites. So I should really consider, are they maybe considered sites? So that is our 3rd move. And I'm going to sneak for the 4th move for the warlock. The archer. One, 2, 3. It's a treasure. That's a cool treasure for him, weirdly. It's a good 1 shot on a big creature. Hey, good day, Raven. And then we will actually sneak with the archer. What's up, Raven? How are you? And then the warrior, who again is trying to find a site. Now, is this a site? And I don't think it's the definition of a site, right? I think it's a treasure location, but not necessarily a site. We're gonna go 1, and we get the dice again. So let's roll the dice for the warrior. And that's 8 fame. So on day 17, plus dice, 8 more fame, right? 8, yeah, 8. The warrior has 56 fame. So no sleep till week 4, baby. And Brooklyn. Done. So we're going to get some swamp action and some orcs. Oops. Oh, it was swamps. It was swamp 2. And I think orc 1 is true. Okay. So let's look up. Swamp 2 is going to bring giant serpents here and here. So we got 4 giant serpents coming. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Got 2 groups of giant serpents. 1 there. 1 here. Have fun, Ray. Yeah, Raven. Good night. Good night. So a little bit of a rough haul there and there, but we are sneaking. Of course, the warlock draws because, yeah. Orcs. Do we get orcs? No orcs. No orcs. No orcs. No orcs. Done. Archer. The warlock is first. Is the warlock hidden? Yes. Problem with this, man. So that's why the Griffin sort of sucks, but But a lot of the shape changes. Like that guy kills the griffin in one shot. He kills an adult dragon in one shot, actually. So now we kill one of those in a shot. So that is true. One-on-one, it's a fight, but we're going to stay where we are and just not worry about it. 4 damage. Yeah, the serpents. I imagine it's maybe poison, right? Or something like that, of that nature. I mean, the Griffin has a great 3-1 side, but that 3-1 side kills one of those and then gets tanked by the other one. And I don't want to do that. So we're going to stay hidden and just be done. The archer is going to... Now, the archer has incentive to kill one of these, assuming that he is, of course, hidden and able to ambush, which he is. Because... Huh. A dragon fares no better against those serpents, by the way. With the caveat that the dragon's good side is a 2 defense, and so it's not auto hit by them. Whereas my fear is that the second guy flips and then kills the griffin with 2 sharp damage. But an adult dragon is in trouble too, but it fares a little better against those guys, by the way. All right, so we are ambushing these serpents. So we get these dice. Do the serpents flip? No, no one flips. We're going to auto hit the serpent that we targeted, but we do need to at least not drop damage. So we need at least a 0. Oh, and that sucks because we can't win. We reroll 1 die and we get -1 total. That is 1 sharp damage, which becomes 1 damage, which does not kill him. Are we hidden? Please say yes. Yes, we remain hidden, though. Haha. So we're going to shoot again. Do these guys flip? This guy does flip. Still auto hit him. And now roll damage. And we get 0. So we're going to kill this serpent. Done. Are we hidden? No. This serpent is now on top of us. With armor, we would stay and fight. Without armor, we're going to run. We're going to shift that to defense, speed, and we're going to flee back toward the grotto, having killed 1 monster. So we're going to score on day 17. Serpent. We are like the Serpent Slayer. That gives us 37 fame, but we're also going to score another card. We score Holy Days because all you got to do is kill a guy next to the sanctuary there. So that puts us in the lead now. So we score Holy Days by killing a monster in tiles adjacent to the sanctuary. And if I had a tiny bit more weapons, I could go... Oh, no, that's Outpost Preppers. I don't want to tithe 20 gold. Archer is sort of kicking it. I will give him that much, yes. I like the Archer. Archer's one of the best class in the game. The that reroll missile die is big. I think that's all the fights. Sure is first. We're going to head to the grotto. So that is 1 move to the grotto. And, I mean, frankly, let's search for the grotto, I think. I don't think anybody's found it, so it's worth 5 fame to find it at the very least. So that's 2 moves. 3 moves he finds it. So grotto is his. I don't know how that got copied. So on day 18, is 5 more fame. So that is 42. Still behind our warrior, though, but so that is our second move. So we did 2 moves to find the grotto. Third move is going to be a loot on the grotto. 2 deeps and 6 treasures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 1, and 2. So 1 loot on the grotto. We get the third card, 1, 2, and 3. Oh, and it's the Earthen Cincher. The Earthen Cincher is a belt, which gives us a green cube. It is also an epic treasure. So first thing is we score an epic. For 5 more fame. So that's 47 fame. Second thing is it's a treasure, a great treasure, which is going to get us in on that treasure thing there. And it's going to take a half a point off of everybody else and give us another point. And that puts us in a pretty good lead. And then I think we're going to sneak. I think we're going to not press our luck today. Done. Warlock time. The Warlock goes to this guy for 2 moves. He's going to do a quest phase to grab him for 3 moves. We need to go to the keep. The Hydra shows up in the grotto. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. The keep is way down here, so we're not even going to bother with it. Instead, so that was 1, 2, 3. We're going to do a quest phase in 4 and set up a camp. Strangely enough, so what does that do? So a camp, which I'm gonna add these, I think, to Magic Realm at some point. The camp, we set up a camp in our clearing. What the hell does a camp do? A camp is a dwelling. For all intents and purposes, the camp is the dwelling. No, it's not in the rules I have, don't have it. That's dumb. But okay, that's my fault. Camp's a dwelling. So he turns him in. Right there. The smuggler stays there at the camp. No. We're still doing plant flag because plant flag makes a camp, by the way. Camp, you just get a freebie camp. Plant flag, you have to make noise to build the camp and thus potentially draw monsters. And then you get a camp and if that camp stays free of monsters, you get the rewards and so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. So So we are scoring Lost Smuggler. We did not take him to the original dwelling, so done. But we do get the victory point for the smuggler on day 18. And so that does give the warlock at least another card point. And I mean, the smuggler's right there. But now we're not sneaking. We've spent all our day, our time, and we did not sneak. But so be it. Conjure would still love to find a damn gate. That'd be great. But not in the works. So what the Conjurer is going to do, he is going to enchant. So he's going to enchant blue. That's 3, and he moves 4. And he is done with his day. And the warrior... So what is the warrior's... He was hoping for a site there. The catacombs is a site, although it is a little bit out of the way. The crypt is a site. The prospector, not a site, but I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. And we'll keep sneaking for now. Oh, we got to roll. Damn. Okay, hold on. Swamps are going to pull. So let's look at first at swamps. These guys, oh, geez. Okay. These guys are going to pull. That is the guess who pulls? He pulls these serpents and 3 more. Let's put a snap point somewhere. What I should do is I should just make a bunch of snap points around the board. Really? So those guys are there. Plus the catacombs draws. I think the catacombs is the giant, the Death Knight, right? Is that? Oh yeah, Death Knight. Death Knight time. Now not on the, he goes here. The archer gets the Hydra. That appears. Nothing else. I think we are good. Do the warlock first. The warlock is going to see if he is hidden. He is not hidden because he did not sneak this day because he popped that guy instead. And he's just going to evade the serpents. I think he can because the serpents are all 2. So he's going to go here and evade the serpents. Done. Archer did sneak. Succeeds. He is hidden. I mean, yeah, obviously he's gonna kill and be amazing and see if he can't shoot this guy down. Hydra's fast, though. Hydra's got a flip to get the auto hit, which is sort of a rough haul there. So let's see what we got here. So, Hydra flips. We're auto hitting the Hydra with our 3 attack speed. We need +2 damage to kill this guy outright. Okay, we got -2, +2. We get to re-roll this die. It's going to be it. This is going to do it. We get +2 damage. He does 4 sharp damage, which drops to 4 damage. He kills the Hydra for 16 fame. That's going to do a couple things. It's going to give him 63 fame, which is going to put him ahead of the warrior now all of a sudden. He killed a Sight Guardian. That gives him a VP because he scores Big Game Hunter. BGH, not BGE. I don't know what BGE is. Big Game Eviscerator. Bitches, no. And he does get to keep this. And he can bring it to a dwelling. To score based on the dwelling that he brings it to. So Keeper Mine is 20 fame or 20 gold. The Outpost, the Sanctuary, like they all get him something. So depending on where he is, so he's close to the mine. So let's say he goes to the mine, he's going to get 20 gold by selling the carcass or whatever at the mine. Yeah, he just kicked that thing's ass. Sorry, Victor. I wish I could help you more. If you have any questions at any time, I mean, I try to play quickly because obviously we have a lot to get to. Admittedly, you're playing a Mage Knight in the background, so I don't expect that you're paying full attention. I would love for you to understand what's going on. I would absolutely love it. So if I can do anything to facilitate that, ask me and I will. Man, that was good. That was good. The Archer, I love the Archer. Archer's a good class. Day 19 hits. The Conjurer gave me the rules. I still haven't read them. Conjurer's going to go 1, 2, 3. And that's sort of, he's stuck there a little bit. And I don't think there's much else to do, but I do think he is going to he will sneak just to save his gray cubes. It's all good, man. I mean, I'm here for background vibes also. It works for me. 1, 2, 3. And then I think 4, because I think he still has a cube left to flee if he needs to. He's going to go to the wrecked wagons. Done. The Archer. Well, I think the Archer loots the grotto a couple times, right? So 1 loot is the 5th card. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. He gets a spell scroll. That's lame for the Archer. It's worth $3 though, which will take. So he needed to flip, or we needed to hit him. Flipping is a 1/3 chance. And then, yeah, the chance to roll this is 1 in 36, with the caveat that we do get to re-roll the die. So it's a little bit higher than that. So that's 1 action for the Archer. 2 actions for the Archer. He gets the 2nd card. He gets the Foci of the Spellcaster. which is fine. He doesn't really need it, but it's an epic, so he's going to score an epic on day 19, which is 5 more fame, so 68 fame. And it is 2 treasures, and that is going to put him, so he's kicking it here, and he is slowly bleeding everybody else out of their category points. So that is what, 2 phases? This is the 3rd phase. He gets the top card. Oh. So now this is a great thing for him. It sucks a little bit because it does force him to play a cube that he would not otherwise be forced to play. He now has to play 2 might cubes. So in some fights, this is actually shittier for him. Having said that, it's not. It's great. So we're going to done. Taking that. Taking this. That's another treasure. It's his 3rd epic. He gets 5 more damn fame. I'm starting to hate this guy. And I will sneak the last thing just to not tempt fate too much. We are done with our day as the archer, and now it is the warrior. Going 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. No, you know what he's doing? Screw this. If he's going to do that, he's going to rest. He's going to rest 4. If he's doing that, he needs to get his crap back. Done. Day is over. We do get planes. So guess who draws monsters? Take a wild guess. I love it. I love it. I love the fact that I can't catch a break on, of all people, on the warlock. So we're gonna get that. The archer also does. It's a big chunk of dire wolves. So we got 2 big chunks of dire wolves that hit. We're looking for carrion, and we don't see any carrion, and that is it. So first, we're gonna do the warlock, and the warlock is he not snuck again? He is not snuck, actually. And there's a reason for that, but he is hidden. So he is fine. I do enjoy this game. I am enjoying sharing it with you guys quite a bit. So now the dire wolves are killable in a weird way, but not for the warlock. I mean, God. The problem is we got no armor. I mean, yeah, we're just not a good. It's not a good scene. The Griffin can do some damage to these guys, to these yahoos. But But it's again not a great fight. Like he should actually have a very easy fight with these. Oh, we're gonna draw this card, by the way. So he gets rid of camp and gets ancient scroll, which is bring a treasure or spell with a spell or magic cube to a vendor that is selling that kind of treasure. Oh, heavy metal movie, awesome. Sounds reasonable to me. You die, she dies, everybody dies. Sounds reasonable to me. So I think we're going to remain hidden and just ride this bad boy out and just snooze this one off. Done. Archer's taking his thing there. He is also sneaking. Now he cannot flee from these. So it really comes down to how valuable is the grotto to him. It's 4 treasures, so it doesn't absolutely suck, but he could just sleep it off and get out of dodge here, sell some stuff. I think that's what he's going to do. So he is not going to fight today. And so that is day 19. Yeah, right. We're not going to risk that for just a stupid, few fame here or there. The warrior has rested up. So the warrior is going to go and make his move to the monastery. He's going to head back down here. But I don't see how he's doing much still. Although, wait, at the end of the day, though, he can look and see, I'm going to ditch the sacrifice. I'm going to keep strange symbols. So at the end of day, he's going to get this quest. And he gets fan club, which is okay. That's cool. Random group at a random dwelling. Random group, random dwelling. The group is the sanctuary, so Acolyte 3 again at the village. Wait, aren't there? Where's Acolyte 3? I must have picked him up at some point accidentally. Or is there no Acolyte 3? Is it just Acolyte 2? Well, we'll take Acolyte 2 in any case. And he goes to the village. Here comes Tom again. So there he is. And who's he awaiting? He's awaiting his best bud, the warrior. Done. So that's the warrior. And the warrior gets to the monastery, turns his cards in. The archer goes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And he is done. The warlock getting out of dodge. I'm going to pop my purple and fly to here. Sure, I'm going to do that. And land in a random clearing. 4. Land there. Then we're going to rest 2 and drag that chip back. Done. And then finally, our conjure is going to go 1, 2, 3. And we're going to search for this guy first. So the conjurer searches for the spirit, and he finds him. So he has found him, but he has not yet learned, did the learn bit. So I'm going to copy and paste this die, and we're going to put that here. And that's crappy. I'm going to copy and paste our symbol and put it here to show we've done one part, and we'll, in the second, we'll do the thing. But we are done, and we do get a monster at the end of the day, potentially. Having free reign to explore a large... free reign to explore a large map in a high fantasy world is what's appealing to me about this game. I do... Yeah, this game, Magic Realm, is another one. I think, I think they're both winners. I think the next thing is going to add rivers, the next expansion. So the next expansion, which is coming out, is going to add natives. More natives and the ability to hire. And 4 more classes, I think, maybe. And then the Eastern Reaches is going to add rivers. And so there's a bunch of stuff coming. Okay, so we got a couple things happening. First thing happening is all of these creatures go away. So yeah, so these serpents are gone. The Death Knight is gone. That serpent goes. Wolves are gone, along with these wolves are gone. Wolves are on plains. Done. Wolf, wolf, wolf. Done and done. And the Death Knight goes. So the Death Knight in the catacombs. So those monsters go away, and then we check for scratches. No scratches, no scratches, which I'm surprised. No scratches, no scratches. Huh. Indeed. It's going to be lots more crap to go, yes. So nothing else appears, and we're on our last day. So I'm sad that we're going to be done here in a moment. Conjurer goes first. So the Conjurer is going to do his learn phase of this. So you have to search for him first, and then learn second. And we get the learn. So he gets the Possessor Spirit, and he gets his follower. And, I mean, the Possessor Spirit's not a great follower for him at the moment. But we do get a point, and that's on day 21. So the Conjurer gets another point. It's his 3rd point. He is 5.5. That was a single phase, so that's just one phase. Oh, God. So where the hell are we? So the main problem is there's only gates we've seen are down here, which doesn't... So if he had a gate up here, he would just try to teleport to it so that he could get somewhere else. Instead, he's going to go there, 2, 3. So he is done. I think the archer is going to go to the mine. So that's 1 phase. 2 phases to trade this. That's going to get him 20 gold. Which gives him 32 gold, which is going to steal another point. and bring him to 11. He's winning gold. He's winning fame. He's winning treasures. Done. That was because of Big Game Hunter. Oh, he does get another card, too, by the way. And it's Caver. Which I should have drew that a while ago. I'm not doing a good job of managing the game. So I'll have to work on that. Black Caves 3, Dark Passes 3. Earn a VP and learn Caver. If you start your day in a cave tile, you get 1 extra action. So that was 1. 2 is trade to turn that in. And then I think we just go... Three to trade again, to trade with the vendors. And we'll go with the Artificer or the vendor. The vendor is Charm, which I think we have 2. The Artificer is Wisdom, which we have 2. The vendor has, who has more items? 4 items. And the Artificer has... 3. We're going to go with the vendor. 3 treasures, 4 items. Which we've seen already, presumably. That's okay. And we're actually looking for armor that we can use. So we can use the Iron Helm. So I think we're going to try to buy the Iron Helm. So, okay. So where the hell do we put those cards? So the first thing is we're going to sell for 11 more bucks to the vendor. So that gives us 43 bucks. We're going to buy this helm, but it's 24 to start. We don't want 24. So we're going to actually try to haggle down. We need 2 or less. We succeed, so it's 16 now. I'll buy it for 16. That gives us 27 gold, which still keeps us in the lead, which is the number. That's what I wanted. Done. And now we've got a helmet on. So that at least lets us take a hit without dying. So we've got one hit to take now, or more, but 1 for sure. And that's, I think, sort of the goal. And we are done with the archer. Warrior, moving as fast as he can move. 1, 2, 2, 3, and 4, actually. So he's going to charge down there. And then finally, yeah, it became a runaway game here. And just, yes, it totally did. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, done. And now we're rolling monsters. Caves are going to draw. I don't think there's anyone in a cave. Oh no, the warrior's in caves. Son of a bitch. He gets 1 bat. Oh, that was scratches, by the way. There we go. So the warrior's dead. It's 1 bat. The warrior is a dead man. Is anyone going to pop on scratches? These 2 don't pop on scratches. Yeah, warrior's fine. He's not fighting up. You're absolutely correct. These 2 do not. So the warrior is going to get a chance to hide. He does actually hide because he was... Oh, no, he did not sneak today. I'm sorry, I did not do that correctly. So here we are fighting. We do not need this cube, so we can play 4 cubes otherwise. I am going to just go all out 4 cubes like that. Does the bat flip? He does not flip. Our attack goes first. We miss. The bat auto hits us for a wound, unfortunately. We'll take it against the breastplate and we'll wound a heart. Next round. He flips. We're going to hit it with 4 to 3 and kill it. And we get a bat on day 21. Eight fame, bringing us to 64. And our goal, of course, is to overtake the damn archer if we can. That's it, though. That is our first 3 weeks. Not great, frankly. I think the archer kicked it, and in fact, has pretty much kicked everyone to the curb at this point a little bit. So I don't know if anyone catches him at all. We need someone to get some gold. We need someone to get some, some fame and so on. And just has been a reasonably stagnant game for most of our heroes. As you can see by their note cards, right? Their note cards, not great. Whereas the archers is, yes, the warlock died early. Warlock died early. You can see it on his card. He died day 3. Rough game for everybody. Small baby cards. No, it was good. I enjoyed it. It's like 1:30 here. No, it's 1:12. It's not even too bad. I will probably be up a little bit longer, just up rehashing in my head. I feel bad that it was a run. It's been sort of a runaway game, but it's, it happens, and that is part of the joy, right? I don't know what's going to happen, and games just sort of turn out, right? So I told you it was Bachelor night here at the household, so we're going late. This is, yeah, and I'm interested to see the last week, of course. We are going to get, so a couple things happen. First thing is this is gone. Where are the strippers? Well, nope, it was strippers and blow or board games. So, geez, here we are. So yeah. So that was it. So we got some stuff coming. So first off, obviously, the cards are published. Grab them if you're interested in playing it all. That's cool. I'm also going to publish the Magic Realm ones. But that's a little clunky. There's just more pieces. So I'm going to do that, though, and publish a mod with Magic Realm cards and chits for y'all if you are Magic Realm players. The second thing is I am going to start a Coffee Ko-Fi page. I'm not super, I don't know that I'm super jazzed asking for money, but if you're inclined to donate, that would be great. And I will try to buy like a camera or something of that nature to maybe do a setup where we can play board games on a table and do something like that. So, stuff like that. Obviously, we're buying games. Games are $60 a crack sometimes. Camera setup. This camera's fine for this, but it really sucks when I try to go and do like a table setup. So what I'm thinking is, man, I could. So largely, what comes down to is, if we do get donations, I'm going to throw money in, of course, and the idea would be maybe we can get like a mini studio together with just a camera or two that we can focus on a table, that kind of thing, and we can play some board games live on a table, as it were. So we'll see how that goes. Obviously, no one should feel any pressure ever to hand money over. That's not cool. I enjoy everyone just hanging out and being present. And so again, so anyway, yeah, buy me some rye or liquor, right? Liquor is good. Um, and that's it. That's it, guys. So thank you very much. We're gonna go. We will finish this, but I will probably play it tomorrow on a video and then post the video tomorrow or Sunday. Sunday night, I think we're back to Daggerfall for a little bit. So I think Sunday night we're gonna play some Daggerfall. But yeah, my animal handling has fallen apart there, and I cannot get a rat buddy. So anyway, all right, guys, I will talk to you. Thank you very much for hanging out. It was a great stream and a good talking to you all. So Nutmeg, thanks for stopping by. Elvin, always good to see you. Rob, always good to see you as well. And Victor, I am sorry you don't understand what's going on, but if I can do anything, obviously I will to help you ask questions. And then Raven and Michael stopped in also. Good to see everybody, and good night, y'all. I will talk to you later. Have a good weekend.